University.
Welcome to Stanford University.
Teams, please go to the trophy, touch the trophy for luck if you'd like, but then proceed to your workstation, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Please welcome the University of California, Riverside.
Welcome to Colorado School of Mines.
Welcome the University of Chicago.
Welcome to the University of Virginia.
Welcome the Ohio State University.
Welcome to Rice University.
Welcome the University of South Florida.
Welcome to the University of California, Berkeley.
And welcome the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor.
Welcome to the University of Alberta.
And welcome the University of California, Irvine.
Welcome to the University of California, Santa Cruz.
Teams, please go forward, touch the trophy for luck if you'd like, then go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Welcome, Iowa State University.
Vanderbilt University, welcome.
Welcome, Princeton University.
Welcome to Northwestern University.
And welcome, New York University.
Welcome to Illinois Institute of Technology.
Welcome, the University of Rochester.
Welcome to Carnegie Mellon University.
Welcome, Milwaukee School of Engineering.
Welcome to the University of Minnesota Twin Cities.
Welcome, the University of Texas at Austin.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Welcome, Boston University.
Welcome to the University of California, Los Angeles.
Teams, please proceed to the front, touch the trophy for luck if you'd like, and then go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Welcome, the University of Washington.
Welcome to University of British Columbia.
Welcome, the University of California, San Diego.
Welcome to the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
Welcome, the University of Maryland.
Welcome to Johns Hopkins University. Welcome to our 50 teams at the ICPC North America Championship.
Good morning once again, and welcome to all of the teams, all of the coaches, and all of the additional spectators. Congratulations to all of you teams for this achievement, for arriving at the North America Championship. Again, my name is John Clevenger. I'm the ICPC Technical Director. We have a few important reminders just to make sure everybody's on the same page. As we said yesterday, in the unlikely event that it would be necessary to evacuate the building, teams, you will leave through the doors you just came in and turn left and go down to exit the building. Spectators, you will exit the doors you came in and turn right and go out the building that way. There will be 4 personnel in green shirts to help guide you in that direction. Reminder, all teams, there are no electronic devices allowed on the floor during the contest. This is your last opportunity to make sure that you haven't made a mistake. If you raise your hand now and say, oh, I forgot, we might give you a bad time, but we might let you stay on the floor. But I guarantee you, from this point on, we will not. Electronic devices includes things like earbuds and headphones. You may not wear anything like that in your ear. Hats are okay as long as your ears are visible. Again, reminder, contestants are not allowed to communicate with anyone other than their own team members and members of our contest staff. Any communication with anyone else is grounds for disqualification. You must have your badges on and visible at all times. You must be wearing your team shirt at all times. The restrooms, in case you didn't have the opportunity or need to go yesterday, team restrooms out the door you just came in and follow the roped path. Spectators out the door you came in and immediately to the right. And do not try and use the team restrooms nor communicate with any teams who are on the way to the restroom. Once the contest starts, teams, you are allowed to move your keyboard, mouse, and monitor. You may move it around, but you may not unplug anything. And if you move things, it's your responsibility. If a problem occurs, we will try to help you, but it's not grounds for giving you more time in the contest. Again, you may not block or move your workstation camera during the contest. You teams, you may not do anything in the contest that would affect another team. So keep out of other teams' areas. Make sure that you're keeping to your own area, not interfering with any other teams. You may not do any networking operations. Any attempt to access any other computer on the planet other than what is accessible through our standard software environment is grounds for disqualification. If you want to print jobs, you can do so. We strongly recommend that you use the print file command. We're not guaranteeing that anything else will work. You may print small jobs, at most a few pages, and a reminder, do not print the scoreboard. Print text files only. Today for balloons, there will be different colored balloons for each problem in the contest. How many different colors there will be, well, you'll find out in just a few minutes. There will also be balloons delivered for the first solution in the contest and for the first team to solve each problem after that during the open 4 hours of the contest. Balloons are only delivered during the freeze period to teams that have fewer than 3 balloons. Reminder, as stated in the rules, the scoreboard will be frozen at an appropriate time in order to keep the final results secret. The default freeze time is 1 hour prior to the end of the contest. A note to spectators, please remain quiet during the contest. If you want to have a conversation, that's great. There's an entire area set up over in the food court for you to do that. And you can sit there and look at the coach view system, see what teams are doing and so forth. But the spectator area in this room is a quiet zone. There will be copies of the contest problems available in the spectator area here, also in the food court, and they will also be posted online. No, they're not there right now, but they will be as soon as the contest, shortly after the contest starts. Okay, that concludes the announcements. In a minute, we're going to start the contest, and when the clock reaches 0, you may open the packets under your keyboard, and you may log in and start working on the problem. At this time, I'd like to invite to the stage the following people to help us start the contest by releasing the trophy balloons. ICPC Executive Director Bill Poucher. Dean of the University of Central Florida College of Engineering and Computer Science, Dr. Michael Georgopoulos. The College of Engineering and Computer Science Dean's Executive Administrative Assistant, Jennifer Sutton. The North America Championship Contest Director, Dr. Tony Logar. And the ICPC Foundation Chief Operating Officer, Melinda Gage. Okay, let's see, we still have a couple of status situations here. Tony, as contest director, are you ready? Okay, Tony's ready. There we go. We have only one thing left. Teams, are you ready? Well, I'll admit that was better than yesterday, but I think you can do better than that. Teams, are you ready? Right, I like it. The teams are ready, and we are ready to start the contest. And now, there we go, another ICPC time warp. And we have 1 minute to the start of the contest.
Okay.
It's a system thing.
Don't worry, and then I'll get it back.
Over 30 seconds, we can't stop. Then it gives us a little.
And we wish all of you the best in the North America Championship which everybody help us count down, starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contest is underway.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 ICPC North American Championship hosted in Orlando, Florida by the University of Central Florida. We'll have a great contest here for you today, and today we have myself, Second Thread, and Nick Wu here as commentators. We'll have a series of commentators throughout the 5-hour contest. And you can see the contestants here have just jumped into their problem sets looking for the easiest problem to solve.
Yeah. So here at NAC 2024, we have a 13 problem set. It appears to be a tradition to have 13 problems now. There was some debate if we were going to have 12 or 13, but we have 13 problems, got a wide range of difficulties. We've got some easy ones, got some really hard ones. So we'll see how the teams do.
Obviously, these problems are top secret, but we've just gotten a digital copy of them. We might be able to get a physical copy too, but all of the teams, they have 3 physical copies at their desks hidden in an envelope, and they've just opened them. They're now looking through trying to find the easiest problem. We'll take a look at whatever this easiest problem is once we get a submit here. But we've got the queue of problems, and we'll have a scoreboard up coming in a second once we start getting some submits in. That'll have all of the submissions from every team across all 50 or so universities that are here representing their schools today.
Yeah, so at the North America Championship, we have 50 teams that have qualified. Each team is part of a division. So there are 4 divisions geographically based. We have West, Central, East, and South. And it probably roughly maps to what people would expect the West, the Central, the East, and the South of North America to fit. But
when we say North America here, we mean specifically US and Canada.
Yeah. So we have these 50 teams. We're going to be giving out a lot of awards. We're going to announce like division champions.
And some fun facts.
Lots of fun facts. So for those who are not familiar with these ICPC contests, so as we mentioned, there are 13 problems in this problem set, and teams will be ranked based on the number of problems that they solve.
It looks like we just got University of Maryland with Galen Collin. They just sat down, and Colin's furiously typing. Is there any chance we could take a look at their screen in a bit? We'll see.
We'll see if we can get their screen. But I was talking
Sorry.
about.
Anyway, go ahead.
Sorry. I was trying to talk about how we rank these teams. So we'll rank teams by 2 metrics. So we rank teams by how many problems they solve. So the more problems you solve, the better. And then if teams solve the same number of problems, we will tie-break them by something we call penalty.
So, yeah, obviously the goal is to solve as many problems as possible. If 2 teams solve the same number of problems, you want to do them as fast as possible with as few incorrect submissions as possible. Each incorrect submission basically means you submitted that problem 20 minutes later than you really did. And whoever has the most problems wins. Of those, whoever has the fewest penalty points, we call them wins. So you want to solve lots of problems as fast as possible. Looks like Colin here is coding the solution to problem A. We can take a look at problem A here in a minute. Let's see. Anything interesting here? Looks like some input with an array.
Oh, we have a first submission, actually.
And a first, we got a dark red here from University of Rochester. They're submitting to problem A, so it looks like problem A might be an easy one. Should we take a look at the problem?
Sure. Let's look at problem A.
So this is called Arrested Development. You are now in charge of 2 programming interns and must develop a large system. There are a number of tasks that need to be completed by the end of the summer, and you know how long each intern will take to complete each task in minutes. You want to know the minimum number of minutes it'll take to complete all the tasks, assuming the 2 interns are the only developers and they work independently and concurrently. They don't share tasks, and the amount of time it takes for an intern to complete all the tasks is equal to the number of minutes to do each task one after the other. So it looks like you have all of these tasks. This is for the first intern, second intern?
Yeah, so here in the first input, there are four tasks. The first task will take the first intern 100 minutes to complete, but it will take the second intern only 1 minute. And then if we look at the next three tasks, each take the first intern 1 minute, but will take the second intern at least 20 minutes or so. So in this sample input, the optimal assignment is to give the first task to the second intern, so they will have 1 minute's worth of work, and then to give the first intern the last three tasks. They have three tasks that each take a minute, so they will need 3 minutes. So overall, it will take 3 minutes to complete development.
So it sounds like there are two things that are interesting here. The first one is like the difference between the tasks, right? If one can be done much better by intern A, we'll call them Alice and Bob. So if Alice is much better at one task than the other, it makes sense for Alice to do the first one for that task. And the other is basically just the value it takes Alice to do in total, right? So Alice's value in the difference might be a little bit easier to think about.
That's one way to think about it. However, it seems that differences are actually a little bit confusing to think about, because you can have the samples are intentionally a little weak here. Oh, do we have another submission?
Yeah, we got Northwestern also on A. Time limit exceeded on that, which is interesting because N is only 50. And there's only one test case, so.
And then
I don't know how that
Princeton
happens.
has the dark green.
Princeton, yeah, there you go with a dark green on problem D. Congratulations, Princeton.
So
We'll have a gold balloon brought to them shortly. Maybe we'll be able to get a. There you go. Here's their reaction. Quite happy with that.
So the dark green came in at, what was it, 6 minutes, I believe?
5, I think. 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes, very nice.
And Maryland with an AC on J, which is a surprise because they were on A before, right?
Yes.
We just saw them, so. Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, as far as the easy problems go,
Wait, so it looks like they coded J in A.cpp. So it's false alarm. Okay, it wasn't actually J. Anyway.
but it is true that.
And we have our third dark green real quick. Sorry, from Carnegie Mellon University on problem A. We'll go back to talking about
Yes,
problem A.
there are actually a variety of easy problems in this set. So problems A, D, and J were the judges' picks for the 3 easiest problems in some order.
ADJ.
There's
efficiency
some
list.
there is some debate over which one was actually easiest. I don't think A is the easiest, but some people felt otherwise.
It's definitely simple, but it's not. I mean, it's not super obvious how you would do it.
Okay, so yeah, the reason why. So earlier we were talking about differences. So you say like, oh, if Alice can do a task really quickly, but Bob can do a task really slowly, then we probably want to prioritize giving the task to Alice. But the issue here is that there are some tasks that are sort of really easy for one and really easy for the other and have like a big difference. But then you could have 2 tasks that are really hard for both people, but they still have the same difference. So if you only look at the differences, you get a little bit stuck.
This is really important, right? The bounds have to be small because otherwise this is subset sum. Is it at least as hard as subset sum?
So
Like you can't do this with if these were 10 to the 18th, it'd be impossible, right?
well, so the intended solution does actually leverage the fact that the bounds on A and B are 10 to the 5 and not say 10 to the 16 or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the primary observation here is to ask the question, like, the bounds look a little strange. N is 50, which is already kind of a little strange.
So yeah, so can I like help here? So the most amount of time it would ever take would be 50 times 10 to the 5th, right? Because even if Alice did everything, if she did all 50 tasks and each task takes 10 to the 5th time, it'd be like 5 times 10 to the 6th total time. So what we're interested in mainly here is if Alice does so many tasks, what's the most Bob can do in that amount of time, right?
Yeah, and actually, that is essentially how you solve this problem. So to formalize this a little bit, we're going to use a little dynamic programming. So let's consider the first K tasks. So we're gonna have a 2-dimensional DP here. So the parameters will be k. We'll say it's k and a. So f of k and a. What k and a represent? K is the number, the number of tasks, like the first k tasks. You're only considering assignments of the first k tasks, and then a is the exact amount of time Alice has on her assigned tasks. So this is the DP state. And the value is the minimum amount of time that Bob can have conditioned
To complete the rest.
on this. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is your DP state. And so we can do the complexity analysis. It's not too hard.
So it's order k times the most amount of time Alice would need would be 5 times 10 to the 6th.
Well,
two?
that's a number of states. The number of, sorry, you're right. It's
Yeah,
n
that much
times,
time.
it's n times 5 times 10 to the 6. You can technically divide by 2.
Yeah, it's true.
And then there were 2 transitions.
Yeah, times 2.
Because for a given, you're transitioning from task k to k plus 1, and either you give it to Alice, so then the a value goes up, or you give it to Bob, in which case Bob's value goes up.
Can we take a look at the scoreboard here? It'd be nice to see how people are doing. It looks like we have 10 teams with correct submissions, most of which are on D and J. But yeah, A is a nice little DP, pretty classic. Although dynamic programming problems are often quite difficult for like beginners, these contestants have already done quite well in their regional, so they're probably somewhat familiar with this kind of thing.
Yeah. Problem A was intended as one of the easiest. We think A, D, and J are the 3 easiest problems. So this result is not too surprising. And because people will usually have someone looking at the very first problem, it's not surprising that a couple teams have already solved it.
We just got an AC from University of Toronto, Scarborough. According to them, to train for the North American Championships, they decided to fight and kill a bear. Very Canadian of them, I'd say.
That is a first. I don't think I've ever heard that one before.
I don't know how much I believe that claim, but it's a good one.
That is definitely quite a fun fact if it is in fact true. I would like to see some video of this though.
Yeah, if they have any recording of it, maybe they drew that on their trees while collecting maple syrup, who knows.
So one thing I want to just point out, it is not obvious from the scoreboard necessarily, but the problems are not presented in difficulty order. The way that the problems are ordered is actually each problem has a name, and then we just sort the problems by name. Arrested Development happened to be the alphabetically first title, starts with A, so it was in the problem A slot.
San Diego, real quick, has just jumped into first place with their second AC, and they one of their teammates is a 3 times US Go champion. He was also a Go champion last NAC, but had not yet collected his award, so he's still waiting on that. Quite good though.
Yes.
And I guess Princeton has also solved A, jumped into first place.
Yes, Princeton solving A. So you might be asking, Princeton solved their second problem later, how are they in first place? Well, the way that the penalty works is we don't take the time of the last correct submission and use that. What we actually do is we take the time of every correct submission and then we add those up, and we also add 20 minutes for each incorrect submission to a problem that ended up being solved, and then we tie break on this sum. So it doesn't matter necessarily when you solve your last problem, it matters when you solve every problem. So you're incentivized to solve the easy problems as fast as possible and not just hold everything to the end, for example.
Can we take a look at Boston too when you get a chance? It looks like Boston just got their first AC, moving them into roughly 11th place, depending on how other people did. Like to wish Boston a happy birthday. One of their team members' birthday is today. I don't know if this person was the one who coded it, but congratulations to them.
Congratulations, happy birthday. You know, we have 150 contestants, 365 days in a year, so
Below 50% chance that happens, but it did.
Yeah, I wonder if it happened in past years. I guess we don't have stats on that quite.
I
so-
remember, yeah, I don't think it happened last year, but I know last year there were 3 teammates from one team with the same birthday, or birthday in the same week, at least. So,
Yeah, Boston University, they are named the Massachusetts Institute of Terriers, not to be confused with perhaps a school that a lot of us are familiar with, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
there is a bet going on about whether or not the winner of this year's NAC will have red shirts. Boston University, I noticed, does have red shirts. MIT, of course, does as well. So does Harvard. So a lot of strong teams with red shirts out there.
Yeah, I had to compile a list of all of the teams with red shirts, and I think I listed like 12 of the teams. The bet, interestingly, wanted to emphasize that Harvard has red shirts. If we can we pull up Harvard real quick, and we can all evaluate live whether they are actually wearing red shirts or not.
Yeah, to me, I would say it's maroon, which I think is a shade of red.
Okay, we at least see Harvard. I think there's Harvard. So I believe that their color is intended to be crimson, since they are the
Crimson.
Harvard Crimson. So I would call that red.
Yeah. The real question, I think, is, do you count pink as red? Is pink a light red color? Are there any teams with pink shirts?
I feel like historically there has always been, at the World Finals, there is always a team that is wearing a pink shirt.
Is that
I think
Stanford?
Purdue. I think Purdue
Purdue's
is. Can we pull up Purdue? I think Purdue wears. Oh, they might be either pink or yellow. One year I think they had pink. I don't remember. Yeah, Stanford has not really a pinkish color. There's quite a bit of orange. I know that. There's red, there's a lot of orange. Is that pink?
Ah, there you go. Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins.
That's
Okay.
about as pink as it gets, I'd say. It looks like they don't have any submissions yet, or at least no accepted ones. So,
Yeah, no submissions
be
yet.
quite the comeback from them to end up winning, but it's always a chance.
Yeah, if we pull up the scoreboard now, we have teams that are adding on to 2 problems. So we now have 6 teams at 2 problems. So we had Princeton, University of California, San Diego. Also joining that is University of California, Irvine, Brigham Young University, the University of Maryland, and Stanford University.
BYU, UCLA just jumped way up there, but BYU is an interesting one. Since 2022, every year, one of their teammates on their team has swapped out for another one. And that's why their team name is called Gray Code, which is, a thing in computer science where if you have a series of numbers in binary, each of the bits, like 1 bit, shifts in the series. So that's exactly what's happened to their team past several years.
That's really cute. Although I think they won't be able to maintain that for long, because at the World Finals, you can only go there 2 years.
Yeah.
So
yeah. You run out of potential.
in 2 years, actually, you can't. With 3 people, you actually have to swap out at least 2 people. Was that another first assault?
Yeah, looks like we got a dark green by Massachusetts Institute of Technology on problem G. Here you go. MIT isn't training. Apparently, they only have they've only trained once since regionals. They tell me. Once as a team, at least.
Yeah. Problem G is one of our easy medium problems. We'll get to it in a little bit. It's interesting that they haven't decided that they didn't type A or D yet, but they have solved G and they've solved J.
We've got some big names from MIT here. There's DJQCPP, Duality, and TLE. All 3, I believe, are LGMs, or at least certainly have been LGMs in the past on Code Forces. LGM being Legendary Grandmaster, the highest ranking possible.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single person I've talked to who thinks that MIT won't win. Like that's how sort of famous they are, and
Yeah.
everyone
they're good.
is expecting. Yeah, everyone's totally expecting them to win. So, I mean, you never know. There have been upsets in the past. So we'll see if MIT, can win.
All right, let's take a look at problem D here. We're getting lots of submits on it, right?
Yeah, it looks like I'm pulling up some stats here on my end. Problem D has been solved by 19 of the 50 teams so far, so just under 40%. So yeah,
Let's look at it. So in mathematics, a dihedral group D of n is a group of symmetries. Oh boy, of a regular n-gon. So let's concrete this a little bit. This is a 5-gon or a pentagon, and we want symmetries because each one of these is like relative to the other. So CW is rotate it clockwise, I guess. And then if you flip it, you get this, and then counterclockwise, you get this. Okay. Rotations and reflections are all elements of this. In fact, all elements in the dihedral group can be expressed as a series of rotations and reflections. Elements of Dn act on the n-gon by permuting its vertices. Applying the above dihedral actions to the pentagon produces the following relabelings of the pentagon's vertices. You're given an arbitrary clockwise labeling of vertices of a regular n-gon using the integers 1 through n, and a second sequence to test. Determine whether it's possible to apply some series of dihedral actions to the n-gon to test the sequence, so that the test sequence appears as a contiguous clockwise sequence of vertices labeled on the transformed polygon. So in this case, let's do a bigger example. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if you rotate it a few times, you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and each of these are unique vertices. So this is very easy. Wait. Oh, you want to see if this appears anywhere in it.
Yeah, it's cyclic. So the main thing to keep in mind is that these look like lists, but in fact the list on the second line is not. It's circular, so it does wrap around.
So basically, what we're saying here is we want 2, 3, 1. We want to rotate this in some way so that you can find 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3 in it.
Yeah, either you can, and what you're allowed to do is you can either reverse the list or you can do this like rotation, and you can interleave them however you wish.
So yeah, it seems very straightforward. Basically, we just want to see, does this list here contain this, if you look at it circularly? So basically, find the first element here in the first list, and then look at the next two, or reverse this list and then see if you can find 3, 1, 2 in that. So 3 here doesn't follow 1, 2, but that's fine because here you have 2, 1, 3.
Yeah, this problem was predicted to be the easiest problem by the judges, and I think the contestants agree. In particular, we note that no team has gotten the wrong answer on it. Every team that has submitted to problem D has gotten it right on the first try. And we were at 19 teams when we started explaining, and we're at 24 now. So 5 teams solved it while you were explaining this problem.
Yeah, I gotta say to be clear, teams cannot hear us. There's a solid distance between us and the teams, but yeah, it's a very doable problem.
So yeah, if we look at the bounds are actually a little misleading, I want to say. So the bounds here say that the length of the first list can be at most 5 times 10 to the 4. So your initial reaction, which is correct, is that you need to do something that's like linear time, or if you really need a log factor for some reason, it probably works.
Yeah.
But what you can do now, so should I just spoil the solution?
I mean, we have the solution, right? Let's just find the 1 in this list, or like find the 2.
There are easier solutions. But yes.
Okay.
So one solution which is pretty easy is,
oh, do you just double this string and then do string that contains?
You can basically do that. So my solution, I take the string and then I double it and I add a space, and then I take the second string and I pad it with spaces on both ends. I also pad the first one, and then I just check, is that string in that one? And you also have to reverse it, but that's all you have to do. And this people might be like, oh, that's quadratic time because you're doing like naive string contains its quadratic time. Because the first array is a permutation, you don't actually get the worst case quadratic time behavior when you do this.
It'll be linear,
always,
because the first element will only match the first element of this, and I guess 2 positions if you do that.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is the easiest problem of the contest. This problem has the kind of flavor of, it looks really intimidating. There's big geometry diagrams and looks really, really scary, but when you actually read it, you realize it's not a geometry problem, it's not a group theory problem, it's actually just you kind of just do it kind of problem.
We got a wrong answer from UBC on problem M, I think.
Yes.
Which is an interesting submission. I don't think we've seen very many submits on M at all today.
Yeah, M is we think M is one of the harder problems on the contest. We're not quite sure where, probably like around the like median difficulty, I want to say. So we'll see how that problem shakes out. But
And notably, we have from MSOE, we have a submit on problem J. Looks like that's their first submit. Also, UW Madison submit on problem D. It looks like MSOE got a runtime error on problem J. Madison on D, still running. Looks quite promising. Madison, you may not know this, they had an incredible performance. It wasn't the same team, but an incredible performance. Correct. So first submission, that's correct on problem D for them. Incredible performance at World Finals.
yeah,
They medaled, which is like kind of came out of nowhere because historically they haven't been like the most well-known competitive programming team. But from Wisconsin, same state as me. They're also all from Thailand this year, all of their competitors, ironically enough.
yeah, there are. I think we do see this a little bit where you have contestants who they went to like the same high school and then they decide, or the same undergrad institution, and then they say like, oh, we want to go somewhere else for our like post-secondary studies. So I think in the previous year, like the University of Washington, I think had this happen. I think they had multiple team members also who originally came from Thailand.
Madison's team name is also Re:0. They lost their World Finals streak last year. They had an 8-year streak of qualifying for World Finals. They didn't last year. Of course, they also were at World Finals last year since it was a 2-time World Finals. It was the 46th and 47th together. But in the 47th, they didn't have a team. So a little sad to see that, but they're here to rebuild their streak, qualify once again, and head back to... have we announced what this year's World Finals is? I know, but I don't want to say if it's not public.
So it is on the ICPC website, but the World Finals this year will be in Astana, Kazakhstan.
There you go. Wonderful.
Can we pull up the scoreboard? I believe we have teams with 3 problems solved now, so I want to take a quick look. Yeah, we have 3 teams with 3 solved. So Princeton is still in first place, and UCSD still in second. Columbia is the 3rd team to 3 problems solved. They've got a couple wrong submissions on problem J, so their penalty is a little bit bigger than their compatriots up there.
UC Irvine is popping off with a 4th place showing so far. Last year, they were a little disappointed in their performance because they had drank more water bottles at the end of contests than solved problems. So this year, they're drinking no water. That's what they tell me. And they're just going to solve as many problems as they can. They're at 2, so they have 1 water bottle to spare.
I do not endorse this strategy. I recommend you stay hydrated during your contests, but if that's their superstition that they can't drink water during the contest, then
Well, I kind of put that part in myself, but they
Okay.
they did tell me they drink more water bottles than problems. They also have 3 team members, Elijah, Thomas, and Jerry, on their team. In other teams that are trying to make it to World Finals, trying to be the best team, they also have 3 other people also named Elijah, Thomas, and Jerry. So you could swap out everyone with someone else with the same name, come out with a completely different team, and come back next year.
yeah, that's actually what the UC Irvine coach was telling me yesterday. Like I asked him like what the depth of ICPC was, and he brought this up, and we'll see what happens next year. Looking at the scoreboard, we do see that UCLA coming in. They are also at free solved, and they're in 3rd place. UIUC also solved their 3rd, and now they're in 4th. Waterloo,
Jumping up to 3rd place, yeah. I guess 3 easy problems.
can we get Waterloo on screen for a little bit?
I think the real interesting question here is, what do teams start doing once they have A, D, and J?
Well, MIT gave them a little bit of a hint, right? They solved problem G, and MIT hasn't solved 3 problems yet, so we'll see. We'll see. Are they working on A and D, or are they gonna be first to solve yet another problem?
It looks like, is this Waterloo? Yeah, it looks like Waterloo agrees. They're copying their template to problem G. So it looks like they're ready to go look at that. We've looked at A and D. I think we should check out J here. See
Yes.
what that's looking like.
Problem J is called passport stamps.
Oh, I see some geometry. Let's go. That's exciting for later. All right. Problem J, passport stamps. You want to read it, Nick?
Yeah, so passport stamps. You just got your new passport, fresh with pages ready to be stamped by immigration officers. Sadly, because your passport has so many pages, immigration officers are too lazy to try to use your pages efficiently. So you may need to get a new passport sooner than you think. You have some trips prepared. For each trip, when you go for passport control, the immigration officer will look for some contiguous pages, none of which are stamped, and then stamp all of them. Because the officer is lazy, there is no guarantee which pages get stamped. You'll start making these trips in order until your passport no longer has enough pages to satisfy the next trip, at which point you apply for a new passport, and your plans are fixed. So you can't skip a trip in the middle, even if it means you can make more future trips, because you can't time travel, even though we time warped earlier. If the immigration officers conspire against you, find the first trip where it's possible you cannot travel because your passport doesn't have enough pages for it.
So one thing that I initially noticed is it seems like this sort of thing is binary searchable. That might not even matter, though. You might be able to do it sequentially. And it also seems like initially you might not know where to put these things if you don't know what subsequence you're looking at. So maybe you don't place them. You just keep track of the number of spaces that are used and the number of cuts you have.
Yeah. So this problem has... So I'll be honest, I proposed this problem. It may or may not have been inspired by what happened to my passport when I went to Egypt a month ago. But this problem has one trap. And in fact, it sounds like you said something that makes me think that other
I'm
teams
falling for it?
have fallen for it.
All
right. So your first instinct might be like, oh, let's binary search for the answer. The condition is not binary searchable.
Surely it is.
The condition is not binary searchable. The reason why is because when you if the immigration officers conspire against you, like say the first K officers conspire against you, they basically want to sort of lay out the pages in a way where the other empty pages, the contiguous segments, are as close in size as possible. So let's do a smaller example of like the sample. So like let's say that it was just like 1, 2, and let's do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So
So it seems like, yeah, so at the end, we're going to end with 4, right? So to end with 4, oops. Undo. To end with 4, what we want is we are allowed up to gaps of 3. So we're allowed these 3 gaps, these 3 gaps, these 3 gaps. And then we have to use, I guess we're allowed to place 3 things. And we're allowed to use up a total of 6 spaces.
yes.
So I think that means we're allowed 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, plus another 6 for the spaces we use. And that means if we're left off with at most 12 plus 6 is 18 spaces, then we're fine, right? Or then we can, like the 4th guy could end up stopping you.
Yes.
Is
So
that just the solution?
yes.
I spoiled it.
so that's the solution, but you check this linearly.
Yeah,
and
not binary search.
Not binary search.
Yep.
For people who still don't believe that you can't binary search the condition, a really simple example is you just have you have a bunch of 1s, but then you have an infinity somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or something like this would work too, probably, because now instead of these all being 3s, all of these turn into 0s.
Yeah.
And
So
you get a +4, but
yeah. So I think for this problem, it was I had to prepare the test data for this problem, and I have something like 8 or 9 wrong submissions, and each one has a different fundamental wrong idea. So I had to break like
Really?
binary search.
okay.
I had to break binary search on both conditions. So you binary search for like the first bad one, or you binary search for the last good one. I had to break a bunch of overflows. I even did things where you look for like increasing and decreasing increasing or decreasing subsequences, and you only look at those values, stuff like that. Just a lot of random heuristics. So the test data are actually
Lydia,
pretty
can we take a
strong.
look at BYU's screen? They have just moved into 3rd place, and they solved problem G. Looks like that might be the 4th easiest problem here.
This is where the judges get very unsure about which problem is 4th easiest. We have like 3 or 4 guesses. We all actually this morning we all decided to make predictions on what problems we thought were easy, and we all disagree. So
It looks like,
we'll see.
interestingly enough, they submitted their solution to problem G in Python. Do you believe that?
It doesn't actually matter.
Well, I'm sure you're right based on the problem, but they really do all of their languages. Together, their team knows 8 different languages, including English, Spanish, Bulgarian, Persian, Turkish, Swedish, German, and Japanese. They also, since their name is I don't know how to say it.
Brigham Young University.
Yes, I'll stick with BYU. Obviously, that's alphabetically small, right? B is a very early letter in the alphabet. They wanted their team name to be list of teams, so that when it shows up, it's at the top list of teams. It doesn't look like they're a team. It looks like they're listing the rest of the teams. But unfortunately, Boston University came alphabetically before them, so they couldn't do it, and also their coach vetoed it.
That seems like it would be a really fun prank.
Yeah. So anyway, BYU, that's the Gray Code team. Gray Code's a good team name, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely a very creative name, especially for what they've been doing so far. If we can pull up the scoreboard again, we'll see that a lot of teams think that problem M is easy, but so far no team has solved it.
We got another submit by Harvard on H.
Or G, right?
Or sorry, G, yeah.
And they get it.
And they get it, 5th place. Well done.
Do we have a reaction for them? Oh, but they have, let's take a look. I'm looking at the board and they have 4 wrong submissions on J, so I don't know exactly why they have 4 wrong. There might be some, maybe they're binary searching.
Harvard, they probably have some good reactions because all of their team members have participated in the Asian American Dance Troupe, which I'm not familiar with, but apparently there's some dancers over there. Maybe they've got a Fortnite dance or something.
It looks like they're swapping on the keyboard at the moment. I think we see them right in the bottom left at the moment. Let's see if we can get their screen or their webcam. There they are. Yeah, we'll see which team is first to 4 problems. So far, no team is at 4, but there were a lot of teams at 3. We have all 4 of the possible combinations, like ADJ or ADG, or I'm already mixing up my letters here.
Yeah, Michigan and Arbor, their second problem is G. Interesting call. And then we got another dark green from MIT here on problem I. MIT, they do not care about the scoreboard whatsoever. MIT is just going after, they got G, they got I. Yeah, they're just doing what they feel like. They'll get to all of it later.
It looks like they're probably farming first to solves, because I believe they give out prize money for first to solves. So it seems like they've decided that they want to cash out as much money as possible. We have a question in chat. What do the colors of these submissions mean? Let's pull up the scoreboard so we can explain this.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the colors on the right, obviously green is correct, red is wrong. But also each of the different letters are a different color. For example, C is dark green, D is yellow. And at ICPC, one of the fun things that we do every year is we hand out balloons to different contestants when they get a problem correct. You can notice if we take a look at just the screen here, or just the camera, every team has some balloons by their station. Each balloon they get is a different color based on the problems that they've solved correctly. You also have the golden balloons. For example, you see the big G here. That's for the team that was the first to solve problem G in that case.
Yeah, so in terms of contest strategy here, it looks like Oh, actually, we see Waterloo is first of 4 problems solved. They've solved each of A, D, G, and J. So,
UCF, our host university, looks like they just got wrong answer on J. They're still at 2, but hopefully they can make a comeback here. I know they have Xylonox, who's very, very good, especially in Code Forces.
Mm-hmm.
He's been to World Finals, too. Very strong competitor. Quite young, but very, very strong.
Yeah. So just to give some quick stats on the problem solve counts. So problem A has just been solved by more than half the teams, 26 teams. Problem D is at
Real
2/3.
quick, hang on. MIT just submitted to problem H.
Oh boy.
They got it wrong, but
I am
MIT
curious.
is going nuts these days.
I would be very. How surprised? I would be surprised if they actually solved H that quickly. H requires a little bit more code than that, I would think. Unless they like had typed half of it and then given the keyboard to someone for I.
All right, back to the counts.
Yes. So let me refresh because these teams are solving problems really quickly. A has 26 solves. D has 33. G has 7. I has 1, just MIT, and J has 29.
We also see Rutgers just got their 4th problem, moving them into 2nd place. Congratulations, Rutgers.
Rutgers, and then I think UC Irvine is also just got 4, and now they're in 3rd place.
Oh yeah, well done. Irvine, of course, the famous water team.
Do you think MIT is trying to do like some reverse leaderboard effect where they only try to solve hard problems to try to mislead teams in which direction to go?
You know, while that's an interesting idea, I really think the dark green mentality is a more plausible explanation for this behavior. Yeah, MIT, like they are so good that their chance of not making World Finals is already astonishingly low. So if they know they're going to make it anyway, it's like, well, might as well cash in when we can.
This makes me think that they can solve on problem count, because when you solve problems in even a slightly suboptimal order, your penalty will accumulate more rapidly because you actually are not spending any time solving the easy ones. Like problems A and D should take them like 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes each. And so they easily could have done that. Like they spent 20 minutes getting the first to solve on I when they could have been doing it on A and D. And the longer they wait, the more penalty minutes they're accumulating. So
yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard here. We have Urbana-Champaign submitting to problem I. It looks like they just got it, moving them into 2nd place. Interesting scoreboard. We've got MIT with the dark green on I, also the dark green on G. They're just leaving A and D for the Ravens, like we've said. And then
the other dark greens are Princeton on C, Carnegie Mellon on A, and the University of Maryland on J.
Let's take a look at problem G here. It looks like that might be the next one, according to the contestants. Where is G in the alphabet?
G is, here we go, Manhattan Walk.
So I was just in Manhattan earlier this week, and they've got the whole grid system.
Yeah, so here we have Manhattan Walk. So we have a grid system. So you have an R by C grid. I'm gonna mostly summarize this statement because it's pretty formal, but I'm gonna short circuit some of that. So you have a grid, and you're in the top left corner, and you want to go to the bottom right. And inside each grid, inside each square of the grid, there's an arrow, and the arrow either points down or right. So when you're in a grid square, if it's pointing down and like there's a square in that direction, or it's right and there's a square in that direction, you can immediately walk in that direction. Otherwise you have to wait for the arrow to change from like down to right or right to down.
And MIT was able to fix their H, it looks like, getting
Amazing.
them yet another dark green. Is that their 3rd?
Yeah, so there have been 6 problems that have been solved, and MIT is first to solve 3 of them.
Yeah, speedy boys over there. San Diego has just entered 1st place though. University of California, San Diego, on problems because they're going after the easy ones.
I'm very impressed that MIT was able to type problem H in 6 minutes. That one's hard to type quickly.
And hang on, UCF is making quite the comeback here. They already solved their 3rd problem. Now they're going for A, and it looks like they're about to get it.
I'm frantically refreshing on my computer, but I believe it.
And then we'll take a look at this Manhattan Walk problem.
Yeah, this queue is pretty exciting, and yeah, the top teams are getting to 4 problems, and MIT is kind of paving the way. So one you could call it benefit potentially is because they solved the problems, like
Yeah, UCF got it.
they
up
are
to 8th place.
doable. Congrats to UCF. Yeah, because MIT is getting these first to solves, they're also saying, hey, these problems are solvable. So they're giving teams like problems to look at and to think about, and we'll see if other teams think that those problems are as easy as they were for MIT.
This UCF team has 4 degrees among the 3 people, and their team name is Apocalypse Attack, named after a chess opening, which is very similar to the Karo-Kan. They love to sacrifice the rook.
Oh boy,
All right.
where's Levy?
Manhattan walk here. We've got a grid system with some random arrows pointing down or right, right?
Yes. So you have arrows that are pointing down, they're pointing right, and they switch. So every p seconds, they will switch from down to right or vice versa, but each of the arrows is randomly initialized with like their waiting time before they flip. So maybe the top left one will flip after 1 second, but the top right one might flip after 2 or so on. You don't know. You don't have any information about what, like when you're in a grid square, you can't see other grid squares, but you can see your current square, you can see the arrow, and you can see how long it'll take to flip.
Nick, I literally, you're not going to believe me, but I literally came up with this exact problem for Hacker Cup when I was in Manhattan last week.
Uh-oh.
This exact one. I didn't have timers, I had something else, but like I can't use it now. Oh, darn. Man, you guys really sniped me. All right, very cool. Well, it's a good problem, and it is clearly inspired by like an actual situation of events, right? Like
What?
someone was in Manhattan is like, let's make this a problem, right?
Yeah, like if you're a pedestrian and you refuse to jaywalk, then this is how
Exactly.
you have to cross. Anyway, so what this problem is asking is it's basically asking what is the minimum if your goal is to minimize how much time you spend waiting for arrows to flip, what is the total amount of time you
have to wait?
You have to wait. If we look
And
at
what
the
is P? The amount of time
P is
the
the amount of-
maximum timer?
P is the maximum timer, and the actual time is some uniformly picked value between 0 and P for each arrow, and each arrow is also randomly initialized.
And the arrow will flip. Okay, yeah.
Yes. The bounds, so the grid size is at most 1,000 by 1,000. So a very natural thing to do is to do some sort of DP. Your DP is where are you in the grid, and the answer is what's the minimum time you would wait if you were
is that
starting
it?
from that square, and that's it. That's it.
I mean, that's a little disappointing.
Yeah, it feels like you had a more interesting problem, and we just had an easy one. And
You can
and
just do
gutted
this
it.
with 10 to the 6, 10 to the 6, right?
There is a closed form, but we did not require teams to come up with it because we already thought the set was too hard.
Oh, okay.
But yes, you can't. There is a closed form, and there was an original there was a different version that was proposed where you compute the exact value instead of this approximation, and then you actually have to
Yeah.
do the math. But yeah, the intended solution is you just do you do this DP and you do some math, and your solution is like 10 lines long.
MIT has given up, and now they're solving problem A. Not solving problem A, actually. Time limit exceeded.
Oh boy, this is the risk. Like MIT, if MIT gets
Can we see their screen, actually? I want to know what they look like after that one. And not to rub salt in the wound, but I'm just
sure,
curious.
I'm sure someone, or maybe they're all looking at it. Oh, just 2 of them are looking at the board. Oh, they're laughing. They probably found something.
Maybe their array was too big?
Maybe their array was too small. I mean, I can try to see if I can see their verdict. They got time limit. Oh, you're right. You did say they got time limit.
Yeah.
I guess I can peek at their code. Well, I can peek at their code, but
I mean, it's up on the screen, yeah. So now they're doing some memset stuff.
yeah, I think their code is.
Were they writing like a recursive DP or something before?
No, but I think they just have a lot of overhead. Yeah, they have a lot of overhead. I'm having I'm reading their code. I think their constant factor is quite bad.
And now are they just redoing the whole thing?
Yeah, I think they realize that they can. I think their constant factor might be off by like a factor of 50 or so. So that's actually going to be too much.
I think now seems like a good a time as any to say thank you to all of our volunteer runners that we have. You can see them in the green shirts here, tying balloons to people's desks. Every time there's a submission, you can see there have certainly been a lot of them. We got like, at the very least, 3 happening simultaneously at all times. They have to get a balloon if the submission's correct, bring it to the right team. Same thing with printouts. Anytime this team will print stuff out, because I don't think we've mentioned this explicitly, but you can see that each team only has 1 computer despite having 3 contestants. So you really have to plan out how you solve problems.
Yep. So there's always this like flurry of activity at the very beginning of the contest where teams are solving the easiest problems. So we're seeing this like big rush of balloons.
We also see Rice is now on the board with their first correct submission to problem D. Rice University, they celebrate every time they win a contest by going to Huey Magoo's. That is a chicken place that sells bread, fries, and chicken, but no rice. They also have not yet won a contest yet, they say, so this celebration is not entirely meaningful. And although they have gotten their first problem, they're in 47th place right now, so they're a bit away from winning today.
Yeah, we'll see if
MIT has another submit on A. Can we take a look at their screen again, Lydia? Looks like they may have fixed the issue. Nick, would you be able to bring up the diff?
I can try to bring up a diff. It looks like it did
And they
get
got it.
solved.
That puts them back in first, where some would say they belong.
Let me see.
Well done, MIT.
No, they just completely rewrote their solution. Like
Alright.
they I think they did the right thing. I was reading it. It looked very complicated. They have the like closer to intended solution now.
Here's their screen.
But no one's typing. This is
Yeah,
shocking to me.
They just submitted.
It's shocking to me that they don't have someone typing.
They should really be on D right now, right?
In theory,
You would think.
In theory, if they weren't going for a first to solve, they should be on D. I can't imagine that they haven't had someone look at it, but maybe they haven't. Maybe they still are first to solve hunting.
One question on problem G though. So you have this DP, right? How do you know? How do you know what this thing shows? It shows a random number between 1 and P. But how do you know? Like, at some point, you would, like, once it gets high enough, you're just like, all right, I'll go straight. Even though, like, I'll go down because it's pointing down, even though I have to go way more right than down. How do you know when that happens? Are you binary search it?
No, so you solve this in like reverse order. So imagine that you're in like the bottom row. You can compute the bottom row exactly, and then you just so you compute it like from.
Oh, so you
bottom
know
to
what
top.
the answer is if you go right. You know what the answer is if you go down. So now you know how much beneficial it is to wait to go right.
Yes.
I see.
If you do it in that order, then
And then you have to do math to figure out like, of this half of the range, it's the average is this, and then
Yeah. UIUC has 5 problems now.
Oh,
and
and
they're
they've
in first
overtaken
place.
MIT on penalty with the correct submission on G. Manhattan Walk.
Yeah, so UIUC solved problem G as well. So we'll see if they decide to work on H. Can we get the UIUC screen up?
We also have University of South Florida's second AC on problem J. This is University of South Florida's first time at North American Championships. So we'd like to
Congratulations.
welcome them there. I guess they're not taking too far of a vacation, right? University of South Florida is only a couple-hour drive from University of Central Florida, but
Yeah, I believe when I was looking at the contest floor, they were actually sitting sort of opposite each other. University of Central Florida, University of South Florida.
yeah, the teams they're by like alphabetically by name. I guess that you'd think they'd be next to each other then, probably.
Uh,
Central and no.
Central
that
and
doesn't-
South are not
Very
close.
far away in the alphabet.
So I think but I think they're actually opposite. I sometimes wonder if they intentionally get laid out that way because the teams are not, believe it or not, the teams are not in alphabetic order on the contest floor.
Aren't they?
They are not. If you look carefully, you'll see a few inversions. Like Harvard is in between like Illinois and some team after Illinois.
Wisconsin-Madison they're going for their third problem here on problem A. They should probably get it. It looks like UI-UC also, they're ready for H. They're starting to code H, which we've got one AC on from MIT, but that's it. Wrong answer by Madison and A. Sad to see.
Yeah, problems A and J do have some trickiness to them. If I count the number of wrong submissions, problem A has 23 wrong. Problem J is much worse at 65. But we're almost at the point where every team will have one problem solved. So right now, 47 teams out of the 50 have solved a problem, and we're not even 1 hour into the contest. So,
47. Oh, 48.
48. Rice just, was it Rice? No, it was
That's
McGill.
McGill's on the board with problem D.
McGill solved D, and then we just have 2 more teams. So maybe now is a good time as any to talk about what some people call a perfect set.
Yeah, perfect sets. It's been a running theme for a while now. There are 3 requirements for a perfect set. The first one is that every team solves a problem, so your problems can't be too overwhelmingly hard, especially on the easy end. So we still need Clemson University and Illinois Institute of Technology to get one for that to happen. The other 2 requirements are that no team solves every problem. That's obviously important because if a team solves your set, that might mean your set was a little too easy. It's obviously a very tricky thing to do if you have people as good as MIT in the contest. And the third requirement is that every problem gets solved by at least one team. So although no team solves every problem, you might have a couple different teams, and among them, together they have solved every problem at least once, but no individual team has solved all of the problems. That's important because that way you don't feel bad for wasting your time constructing your problem that was way too hard no one could do.
Yeah, we constructed 13 problems. We'll see if every problem gets solved. We have some really tough problems in the back.
Okay.
So we'll see how MIT does.
And Columbia on problem I, kind of a wild horse.
Columbia was doing well early on. I think that they got to 3 very quickly. I think they took a little bit longer on. I guess they haven't figured out G.
Looks like they also didn't get I. I think it might be fun to take a look at I. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's look at I.
Some people are saying the stream might be lagging. Lydia, would you be able to take a look at that? All right, thank you. We're doing our best over here. It seems good from our end. We have good upload speed, a few dropped frames. And we're on Ethernet here, so yeah, I don't know. All right, let's take a look at problem I. Not another constructive.
Yeah, so I'll read problem I. I'll read it out in full, in part because, spoilers, was the author idea for this problem. Sick of solving geometry problems, you decide to solve the following constructive problem. Find a string of length n that contains exactly k not necessarily contiguous subsequences of NAC. This problem seems too familiar though, so here's the twist. Your friend has given you part of the string, so you must fill in the remaining characters. So here, I think the samples will probably explain it. So here we have a string, it's sample input 1, you have a string of length 22. And some of the letters are already filled in. So we see an N, we see an A, we see a C, but then the rest are question marks.
And really quick,
you have to
UCF just moved into 3rd place with an AC on problem H.
Amazing.
Congratulations to them. We got a lot of cheering for UCF in the chat here.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, coming back to this problem. So we see that there are all these question marks, and so you have to fill in each question mark with a letter. And then you have to write out some string, and that string has to have exactly k subsequences of NAC. So sample 1 is just the problem title. So we decided,
that is funny.
But obviously, any correct solution will be accepted. So you don't actually have to write out not another constructive. If you don't hard code that in your contestant submission, but you output that anyway, by some miracle, I will be extremely impressed. It might not be possible. So the fair input, you can't have any subsequences of NAC if your string is length 2. So obviously it's not possible. And then you might be confused what sample 2 is all about. What's this counting satellites thing? So this is the kind of a reference. When the problem says this problem seems too familiar, a couple years ago I wrote a problem called counting satellites, where the premise was basically the same. You have to construct a string of length at most like 5,000 that has like 10 to the 18 subsequences of counting satellites. I'm not sure if your typing is rendering. It's not in code voice, it'll be on Caddis.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look up counting satellites, yeah, it'll probably resolve. Yeah, if you click here, it'll be fine actually, maybe. Or yeah, or I don't know. The VJudge one is a little janky. If you click here, yeah, click this one, and then scroll down a little bit, and then you'll see counting satellites here.
Deja vu.
Yeah, so I wrote this problem, or I wrote a problem called counting satellites, and you needed subsequences of satellite. So people were like, I feel like I've seen this problem before, but I don't remember where. And I was like, oh, it's because I wrote a very similar problem a while ago. The difference between that one and this one is, in that one, you can think of it as this version, but every character had a question mark. But in this problem, some of the characters are fixed. So that means that you cannot actually select the characters arbitrarily.
So let's quickly talk about what it means for there to be a subsequence where there's NAC. Basically, I think one thing we can think about is it's easier to consider this problem if the only 4 letters you ever use are N, A, C, and B. There's not really any difference between any other letter that's not an NAC, so you can just make them all B, or like Z or something, if that's easier for you to think about. So now you have like these NACs. Every time you have an A, if you have an A, all of the N's before it will match with all of the C's after it. So for every A, you just care about how many N's before it, how many C's are after it, and that uniquely defines the number of ways of doing it. I think that might be the easiest to think about, but I could be wrong. Who knows?
So I think that is actually harder to think about because
And the number of like times an A is useful.
it's harder to think about that because this like A's in the middle is hard. It's hard to keep track of because you have to kind of keep track of before and after, and that's like usually when you have DPs, you don't have a before and an after. It's always just before.
Yeah.
So the way that I think the first thing that you want to try to figure out is how do you even count the number of subsequences?
Oh, N's only 40.
Yeah, N's only 40 and K is similarly small. So the first question is how would you even count the number of subsequences? And this is actually a pretty standard problem. So we'll define this for like arbitrary strings. So we're not going to assume that it's NAC specifically. We'll just have like an arbitrary string.
Let's just do NAC because I think it's easy, right?
Oh yeah. So what we'll do is we can just use another like 2-dimensional DP. And the 2-dimensional DP is the first dimension is like the length of the prefix of the string that you're considering. And then the second dimension is a number between like 0 and 3. And you're basically, like the DP value is how many subsequences of like this prefix of length K are there of the prefix of length L, or something like that. So as David is drawing out here, you start out with like one subsequence of N. So then when you have an A, you can propagate that like N count down. So then you still have one subsequence of N and one of A. And then when you have another A, you propagate another one down. And then when you have the C, you propagate again. So this is how you do the problem. This is how you count the number of subsequences in time linear in the length of the original string. So after this, or so this is like, this is the DP that you can use, and so note that sort of at each point in time, you have like a character, and then based on the character, you transition like these like 3 DP values. So what you can do now is you can do like a backtracking style solution. So you loop over the string from left to right, and then you can, if you have a question mark, you can brute force like is it an N, an A, a B, or a C, and then you keep track of these 3 DP values.
So we care about the index that we're at, the number of A's we've seen. Oh wait, that's
The number of
a lot.
N's we have, the number of NAs we have, and the number of NACs we have.
But you can have 2,500 of them, right?
You only keep track of the number though, right? Like K can go up to 2,500. 2,500 is a little bit bigger than the maximum possible. I think the maximum possible is somewhere like it's a little bit north of 2,000.
Yeah. All right, one sec. We'll be right back here. We'll let you take a look at this wonderful contest floor.
And it will.
All right, we're back. Let's continue talking about which problem was this? The NAC one. Problem I.
Yeah, NAC. Not another constructive. So
Oh, that's funny. I'm just getting it now. Okay.
I did not try. I did not try very hard to make this. This is one of my really dumb jokes. So if we go back to the
That's a good joke, though, I gotta say.
to the DP, like I think your gut instinct is not off. I think you lost focus somewhere. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Laptop just fell asleep.
So yeah, your intuition is not that faulty. It's like, yes, the number of N's and the number of NAs and the number of NACs can be pretty big. So naively, your DP state has like n to the 7 possible values. If you're like, a very naive analysis says that it's like n to the 7 because.
Okay, yeah. Let's think about it, right? So the number of A's, this can be, or the number of N's, this can be 50,
Yeah.
right? The number of indices can also be,
Well, 40. Sorry.
why 40?
The bound is 40.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the bound's 40. It's not 50.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay. So 40. The index can go up to 40. The number of A's can go up to,
Like 40 choose 2.
yeah, so 40 squared over 2. And the number of NACs can be
40 choose 3.
40 cubed over 6. Is this really not a big number? Seems quite big.
So naively, Yes, this number looks big.
Well,
but
how big is it? Let's figure it out.
it's, I mean, the reason I haven't computed it is because it isn't actually correct, or it's not correct, so to speak.
Is this much bigger than it could actually be?
Yeah.
40 times 40 times 40.
It ends up being like 1e10.
Okay.
Like 13 billion actually.
All right, so too big.
Naively, it's 13 billion. In
Oh,
practice,
but this index is a killer.
but
Because the index always has to be, well, it's only a factor of like 2, right?
so it turns out that the index doesn't matter, basically.
Yeah, it does.
The index
Surely it does.
the index like kind of vanishes. Oh,
Oh, MIT just got problem M, another dark green. They're 6 AC. Congratulations, MIT. Well done.
all right.
But, okay, so why does index vanish? Like, it matters.
Because if you
Why does it not matter?
if you don't add a character, then imagine that you added like a B, then none of these DP values change. So it's as if you did nothing. So it's actually not even a transition.
But you might need a B, right?
Sorry. I think I'm explaining this
Oh, I guess you could
poorly.
put all of your B's at the end? Well,
I'm explaining this a little bit poorly, but like index kind of ends up being subsumed in a way. Like index is kind of paired with like there are all these like interactions in the DP values. Like if you make n really big, for example, like let's say this goes to like 38,
Yeah.
then you actually like your number of NACs has to be really small to compensate.
so are you, like, I mean, but we don't even have room for this much memory, so we're doing like some sort of space saving thing.
No, well you don't pre-allocate an array. It turns out that there are at most
You do it recursively.
Yeah, you just do it recursively, and it turns out you can prove, or not prove, you can just run it locally, and there are only like 40 million reachable states.
Oh, because it's always basically the same. Like if it is all question marks, then it's basically the same.
Yeah, so you run. So what you can do is you can run the DP, and you just enumerate all the number of possible states, and it turns out it's at most 40 million. So
It's a little scary.
so like, so this is one of those times where like a team will look and they'll be like, okay, the weak bound is like n to the 7. This is way too slow. But you should have some intuition that not like tons of these values are not possible to get, because like you can't have the number of n's simultaneously be like close to 40 and also the number of NACs be anywhere close to like 40 choose 3, because the moment you have like
Yeah, if you're spending all of your money on N's, then you have no money left for A's or C's. If
Yeah.
you're spending all your money on N's, your index can't be small, so index has to be big.
yeah,
If NACs is big, then your N's have to be basically a
like you're
third of
very
that.
constrained.
Your A's have to be a third of that, yeah.
Yeah, it's very like interconnected. So this is a problem where like naively looking at the bound and naively like doing all this, you're like, yeah, this is too slow. But if you drill down on it, you find that it's fairly reachable. And then it also turns out that it's not possible within the constraints of the problem, but like we can't break like heuristic optimized like recursive backtracking. So it is possible to get like a recursive backtracking solution to pass. And the way that basically works is you can prune out states in 2 directions. One is, let's say that the string you built already has like k+1 subsequences. You don't need to search any more of that space. You're already done. And then the other one is it even hypothetically possible, if everything was a question mark, to get to k subsequences when you're done?
Lydia, can we take a look at UCF when you get a chance? You can see MIT's dark green balloon for problem M. Their golden balloon just got delivered. Looks like they are taking a picture now or something with it.
Yeah, they make you take pictures with your first to solve, which is really disruptive during the contest.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right, we have UCF. They just submitted to... Oh, I thought they just submitted to... Maybe I misread something. All right, well, I guess they're just looking at problem I. They have 5 problems correct. 3rd place, silver medal territory.
Yeah, we're getting close to the 90-minute mark, and the 90-minute mark is where we like to talk about the 90-minute heuristic. So there's a very common question, which is like, what do you need to win? What do you need to get a medal, and so on. And so there's at the World Finals level, they have this 90-minute heuristic. So you freeze the scoreboard at the 90-minute mark. Not like literally freezing it as you would like at the 4-hour mark, but take a snapshot of the scoreboard at the 4-hour mark and write down every problem that's been solved. At the World Finals level, it is required to solve all of these problems by the end of the contest. And then the heuristic goes something like, if you want a medal, solving all of these problems is sufficient. If you want a silver medal, you have to solve n+1. To get a gold, you have to solve n+2. And then to win, you have to solve n+3.
Or I thought medaling was n+1.
Winning is usually n+3, but it's a little it can be n+1. It depends. That's why it's a heuristic. It's not super clean.
Yeah.
But that's like
Well,
the way
yeah,
that it works.
winning is n+3. I agree.
Winning is n+3. Gold is n+2. Silver is n+1, and bronze is n. That's like the old heuristic. It hasn't
interesting.
really applied
Okay.
recently, but that's usually how it goes. So if we were to try to apply the heuristic at the 75-minute mark, the claim would be that for NAC you would need 7 to medal, 8 for silver. There's only one gold medalist and only one winner, so
Yeah.
it should probably for NAC I would probably say n+1, n+2, n+3.
It might be 7 to qualify for World Finals, though, to be fair.
There are a lot of people were betting that it would take 7 to qualify for World Finals. I could not comment beforehand because that would probably leak something in some way that I couldn't exactly describe. But yeah.
Let's take a look at problem H. It seems like we're getting some good submits on this. MIT has solved it. Yeah, we got several teams.
Yeah,
who
we have
it, right?
3 teams. 3 teams have solved problem H, and then if I scroll on the board, UIUC and UVA have wrong submissions to it right now. Haven't looked to see how close they are.
I'll read it here. It is a glorious day in the video game meta world of Mountaincraft. True to its name, Mountaincraft boasts of an expansive world full of mountains to explore. Your avatar in the game wakes up on a remote island and stares at the mountains on the horizon. The first thing you have to do is go punch wood, and then you take a beautiful look at the view of the horizon, which can be modeled as a Cartesian plane on the x-axis, separating the land from the sea. With the x-axis separating the land from the sea. Each mountain peak is represented by a point, and the mountain sides have slope +1 and -1, forming a triangle with that peak on top. Your avatar can only see the peaks of the mountains which are in a viewport, so some square, I guess. The visible edges of the mountains where they do not overlap other mountains are rendered in bold. If a mountain overlaps, the overlapping part is not rendered in bold. Edges do not have to intersect for mountains to overlap. So, for example, you can have one mountain completely covered by another one. Okay? And so you're given some mountains and some queries. And you need to print what? For each query in order, output a single line, the total length of the bold lines rendered. So do you render multiple mountains? Like first you have just one mountain and then another and then another?
Yeah, so
As
if we scroll up to the
render?
to the sample, so like if this was like the first rectangle that or the first mountain that you draw, you would render like up and then down. And then if we drew this really big one, what would happen is you would draw this and then down a little bit and then up and then back down.
And it gets cut off here, it doesn't render all the
It
way
gets
down?
cut off because the width. There's this like width requirement. So you only render
interesting.
everything from 0 to W.
Okay.
And then if we draw this small small mountain, well, it's completely covered, so it doesn't change anything.
So basically it's going to be like we're interested in the total delta in height that happens because the total x-axis is fixed. Now, I guess we're just interested in the percent of this that's on a mountain, right? Because you're always going to go this far over. You want to know how much is going diagonally, and then you just multiply that length by 1.4.
So right. So what we do is instead of
This seems really easy.
instead of thinking about this in 2 dimensions, we
This
think
is just overlapping ranges.
right. So instead of
Sorry, okay.
instead of thinking about it in 2 dimensions, we think about it in 1 dimension. So when you have a mountaintop, you can compute the like theoretical interval it covers.
Yeah, man,
So-
I would solve this one in like 5 minutes. Is right? Maybe I'm just good at geometry.
Well, this isn't a geometry problem. It's a data structures problem.
Yeah, but the data structure part's easy, surely. Just a tree set, right?
Is it doable against a tree set? I thought it was harder than that, but maybe I have misunderstood.
I mean, unless there's a part of this I'm missing, this seems like a really easy problem. This seems like way easier than the NAC one. Let me explain what I'm pitching, and then you tell me if I'm missing something big here.
Well, I looked at MIT's submission, and it's got my idea, so I feel like I believe that it is as hard as I think it is.
Okay, well, let's see. So, you've got your viewport. Let's say your viewport is like one of these here, right?
Mhm.
So initially, you have just the sea.
Okay.
And then you have a mountain. So this mountain goes from here to here to here. So basically, this mountain just covers this width. So we're just interested in the total width that's covered by some mountain. So in this case, it's just this. And then if we have another mountain that's like this here later on, we know the two x's that it starts and stops at. And we just want the union of this length.
Yes.
So we'll just have like a tree set. Or I guess in C++ that'd be a
Set.
an ordered set, yeah, a set. And this has just like the start and the end. And then we maintain that all the starts are sorted in order.
Mm-hmm.
We have 9 overlapping ranges.
But here the ranges can overlap, so that's how do you handle that?
Well, when a range overlaps, you just find like, so if our tree set has like, let's say our tree set has like here to here and then here to here,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you add this range here,
Mm-hmm.
you just, for this start, find the one before it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you see, does it cover it? And if it does, right, this is a really classic problem, like overlap, like
But how do you remove it?
remove what? You just don't add this one.
No, but like what happens when you actually have to remove it?
When you have to remove it? Or,
Because
like, you union
because
them.
a query isn't just an add. You can also remove.
Oh, you can remove, oh, okay, all right, now it's hard. I see. You can remove mountains?
Yes. So if you go back to the statement, might have to get out of the thing. So the queries say if either a mountain is present or it's not. Sorry. So if you scroll up a little bit, yeah. So if xy is the peak of a mountain that is visible, it disappears. Otherwise, it becomes visible.
Okay, all right, I see. I understand. Okay, now it's hard.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So, you're interested in, like, you can, I guess, use some segment tree stuff here. You want range plus equals 1, range min, and the sum of lengths handled by the min, and what the min is.
You need.
You want how many things are, like, what's the sum of all the zeros?
Yeah, you basically want, so you want range increase, or range increment, range decrement, and then number of indices that are 0 or non-zero. And that's it. That's
Yeah.
all the solution is, and so now you can do it, but...
Still doable, but less easy than what I thought initially. The removes are tricky, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The disappear part is... Okay, but still a classic problem.
Yeah, MIT used a segment tree, so I was convinced that if there was an easier data structure solution, I'm sure MIT would have gotten it because they have some data structure specialists on there, but they did submit segment tree, so I'm gonna.
So in
call it there.
my defense, the reason I thought you could only add is because I thought you were just adding the same mountain multiple times.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this part here,
You have
it
to read
disappears
it.
again.
You
Yeah.
have to read it.
Reading is important. We can see MIT here. Their seats are all very much directed at the computer.
Yes.
Very focused. Meanwhile, CMU is looking forward. UIUC, it's an impressive performance from them today. 6 problems. Beating MIT on penalty by 14 minutes.
I am very curious if MIT is just never going to solve D. Because
Yeah, I wonder what's going on there.
because it definitely only takes like 3 minutes of keyboard time.
Should we take a look at their screens, maybe? That'd be kind of cool. How's our stream health doing? Iffy? Okay. Segment tree bashing, people say. I don't know. You kind of do need the segment tree, but
Yeah.
looks like they're going after problem B here. Doing some string matching with problem B.
B. Oh, B is one of our is
What a haircut. Can we just mention this haircut?
Wow.
What a what a haircut.
B is, we think, one of the hardest problems in the set. But that being said, we also think a lot of teams are going to try to do it.
All right. I'll be excited to see what happens.
Did you want to look at problem M, or should we?
Yeah, we can take a look at problem M here.
M is only MIT has solved it, but we have wrong submissions from a lot of teams: University of British Columbia, Princeton, Stanford, UT Austin, University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, Penn State, Toronto Scarborough, McGill, Georgia Tech. Got a lot here.
M is, of course, the last problem in the set this week, or today. This is training round 2.
Yeah, training round 2. So
okay.
in
Was there
region,
an original training problem?
so in regionals in February, I wrote a problem called training, and I did something which maybe some people would consider illegal, which is I took this problem and then decided, oh, I'm going to add a twist on it, and so on. So in this problem, we have Ashley. Ashley is training for another programming contest on her favorite online judge, managed by Brandon. Basically, she's going to train on this online judge. So each problem, so she has a list of problems that she's going to work on like one at a time. Or Tom like gives her the problems to work on like one at a time. And so each problem has 2 difficulty ranges. There's an implementation difficulty range and then a thinking difficulty range.
After this, we'll go over problem B, but yes.
So Ashley has her like current implementation skill and thinking skill. So what she'll do is she'll pull like the problem that Tom has suggested and she'll try to solve it. But in order for her to be able to successfully solve it, her current implementation skill and her current thinking skill must both be within the range of the problem that's given. So if her implementation skill was too low or too high, or her thinking skill was too low or too high, the problem will not be suitable and she's going to skip it.
And do her abilities ever change over time?
Yeah. So if the problem is suitable, like it falls within the ranges, she can choose to either solve it or skip it.
Okay.
And if she solves it, then either her implementation skill or her thinking skill will go up by 1. Exactly, one of them will go up by 1, and she actually gets to pick. She gets to pick which one she picks. She can't increase both of them, and she can't like improve, like she has to improve one of them, exactly one of them.
Yeah.
So now the question is, like, given the list of problems that she's going to solve, if she plans her like improvements optimally, what is the maximum number of problems that she solves during this training session?
And can she choose the order in which she solves the problem?
No. So the problems are given in a fixed order. So Tom will give her the problems like one by one in a fixed order, and she, like, when she gets a problem, either she solves it then and there, or she skips it and it's gone forever.
And obviously she might want to not improve, but she's forced to improve one of those
Yes,
skills.
she must improve one of them. Yeah. So
one way of like looking at this problem is it's kind of hard to like think about this as it is. But one way that I would like to think about it is in a 2D grid. Let me draw a picture. That might make some sense. So yeah, so basically initially you have some skill with problem solving. And you have some, what is it, coding ability?
Yeah.
Implementation, I'll say coding. So you start just somewhere on this grid. Let's say you start here. There are also a bunch of rectangles that you might want to be in. So like this might be the first problem. Oops, okay, that's kind of weird. And then this might be the second one. And then this might be the third one. And then maybe this is the fourth one. So in the first one, let's say we want to choose to improve our problem solving ability, then we'll move over by 1 to here. And then we want to improve, or then the second one we miss because it's here. And for the third one, we want to improve our problem solving again, I guess. Or maybe, yeah, sure. So we end up here. So now we've solved 2 problems.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty at least. Doesn't even really get us very far. What are the bounds? We have 10 to the 5th problems, you said?
5,000.
5,000, okay. Well, maybe we stop thinking about it as pictures, start thinking about DPs.
Believe it or not, yeah, this is a DP. I do want to bring up the original version just because some people might be wondering, like, why would it be called like round 2?
Who's in the right? This is Nick Wu.
Yeah, so I'm Nick. My Codeforces handle is Shower Cone. Not Rainbow. I am definitely not Rainbow, and I don't claim to pretend to be. So I just want to go over the original problem because most of these teams will actually have seen the original problem.
Okay.
Or
So what? Yeah, what was the original?
the original one was just this, but in one dimension.
Oh, I see. So you just had like your skill is a certain thing, and it will increase when you solve a problem.
Yes.
So that's what there are no decisions being made there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So in that problem, it's a greedy. So if you can solve a problem, you solve the problem, and then your skill goes up by 1, and that's it. But the greedy doesn't work here. This problem is not greedy, and in fact, we have a lot of test data to break greedy solutions.
So why does the original problem help at all? I feel like it would.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I'm just using it as like the original motivation because some people are wondering like what's the original. And
Oh,
just
sure.
wanna
Yeah,
say
yeah.
The original.
Makes sense.
So here I use the classic problem setting technique of we have a 1D problem, let's make it a 2D problem.
Okay.
And that actually makes it, I think, significantly harder. So
We have a submission from University of Maryland on problem G. They are still warming up. They've only done 1 contest together since their regionals.
yeah, they were, I think they even streamed it to Codeforce, or no, they didn't stream it to Codeforces, but they were talking on Codeforces about how they were not.
They also did a lockout, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, okay. So yeah, all right. So should we go back to thinking about DP? So I guess what matters? Things that matter include which problem you're on, and what your skill level is for one element. Do you want to maximize your skill for the other?
This DP is wrong. That
Why?
DP that you
Hang on.
described is wrong.
DP of
Well, write it out.
oh,
first.
because you might want a lower skill. Okay, so DP at which element you're at. Skill 1. And then you want equals max skill 2.
Yeah, so I claim this DP is incorrect. Do you want me to describe a test case to you where this fails?
No, I think I see why. Because if you're like, let's say you don't necessarily want the maximum skill 2, right? You might want somehow to have missed something. Because like there are multiple ways of getting to the same point.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them may get you there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And then you may want like a lower skill 2. So for example, if you have like a bunch of problems that are like like this, I guess. Right? A bunch of problems that are like, let's say, really easy to implement but hard problem solving. If your implementation gets too good, all of these don't matter for you, so you'll skip all of them. So, right? That's the break case.
Yeah. So the actual breaking case is, so if we think about like where these like points in the plane can go, imagine that you like have a bunch of problems that let you like go. You have like a straight line going up, and then you go. So like your coding skill goes up a lot, and then your implementation skill goes up a little bit, and then have a bunch of problems where your implementation skill goes up a lot, and then have your coding skill go up a little bit. And then you make a little like staircase thing where you like alternate, like improve your implementation, improve your coding. And so you'll build out this little staircase that like, it cuts through as like a diagonal. And you can like, the only way that you can like access the staircase is by being balanced. But if you're being balanced, you never wanted to optimize either of the dimensions. You actually just kind of wanted to stay like bad at both.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let me throw another hypothetical at you. So, like, the problem here is that now we're like optimizing one of these dimensions, which is what we didn't want to do. So instead, what if we did DP? Oh, wait, we have three things here. We want to optimize something, right? So what if we do DP at skill 1, skill 2,
They seem like they're okay.
and this is the min element. I guess this does depend on something. Can we choose not to solve a problem?
You can choose to skip a problem. That
Okay,
is
then
possible.
this works probably.
It's never optimal to skip a problem, for fairly obvious reasons.
Oh yeah.
Like if you choose to skip a problem now, you might just literally have missed out on your only opportunity that ever increments. But if you had an opportunity to do it in the future, you can just do it.
You
now.
might as well do it now. So here, I guess, yeah, this would give us a correct answer. Is it fast enough? Uh-oh, Colin got something wrong.
So
What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
I think as far as the
Oh, you got it right. Okay.
So I think that naively, if you implement this, you will get n cubed, and it will be too slow. If you're naive about it, I think if you're clever about it, you might be able to get to n squared. There are a variety of observations that you can do to get to n squared, but the naive one is n cubed, and I think that's why a lot of teams are getting it wrong, because they have submitted something that's actually n cubed, and that's too slow.
Yeah, so let's think about like what's actually going on here. So we have some skill usage, and we want to find the next thing that we can do with this skill. Yeah. How do you do that?
Okay,
That sounds a little
so
tricky.
there are a variety of things you can do.
Can we afford a log factor?
So my solution looks n squared log n, but I think it actually is n squared. So here
Can we
is
take a look at Maryland real quick? Sorry.
Maryland's
It looks like
submitting
they-
G.
They just got a G submit too after, and they just got it. Moving them into 4th place.
You write that down in Combo.
What are they typing now? You see,
I guess C. They just added C.
Wait, what is that? Oh, it's C?
Yeah, but they just got G very recently, putting them in 4th place. Well done.
Wow. Okay, so going back to this, so there was actually like being allowed to skip a problem is kind of a red herring.
Yeah,
because
that
it
makes
doesn't
sense.
help.
Yeah.
But so
Sorry, real quick. Ohio State University just got their runtime error on M. TSA let them bring 8 bottles of 5-hour energy through through TSA to Florida. They hadn't drank any as of last night, but this is a 5-hour contest, so who knows? They've got 40 hours of work week plugged into the one contest if they want.
I wonder if that actually scales. Like, can you compress 15 person hours into, or 40 hours of 5-hour energy into 15 person hours in a 5-hour contest?
Also, 2/3 of their laptops they brought have broken keyboards, but I guess that's not an issue because you can have external ones like we do here, or I guess you can also just have everyone use the same computer.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so
So the being able to skip a problem is
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Is a red herring.
Yep.
But this actually leads to sort of one observation that you can use to solve this problem, which is think about the set of reachable like skill level pairs. So you start out with at say like 0, 0. And then when you if you can solve a problem, you can either go to like 0, 1 or 1, 0.
Mm-hmm.
So these are your
like the monotonically minimal ones.
So it's not that you maintain the monotonically minimal ones. These are the only point. Like these are the only 2 points you have. Only maintain the like frontier of.
Oh, because the
points.
frontier is only order n.
Yeah.
But. Oh, so they're only wait.
The frontier is only order n. in
Yes, but
size.
they're. Yeah. Okay. And you solve this DP iteratively, like along the frontier.
No, you don't even have a DP. You just maintain what's reachable. It's literally, is this pair of skill levels reachable? And you just maintain that collection of values.
Oh, and you just go through every element.
Yes. Do you believe that this is fast enough? Or
And
are you convinced that
you-
this is
wait.
quadratic?
That's really scary. Oh, so because you never skip everything, you only ever will have linear things if you never skip. Oh,
Exactly.
that is scary. Whoa. Whoa, chills down my spine. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is n squared.
It's actually really it's really slick.
That's really pretty. Yeah.
So like you don't
I like that would take me a while to think of.
yeah it's
It's
subtle.
like it's not hard to code and it's not hard to understand once you get it, but it's very new in my opinion.
It is subtle.
Can we take a look at the scoreboard? What teams have like figured that out?
I think it's just MIT and UMD.
Wow, okay. Yeah, that's clever. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
All right, I promised earlier we'd look at problem B. We should do that.
Problem B. This one.
We don't need to go through a solution, but we should at least explain like why it's interesting or potentially difficult. Chaperone substring. The chaperone string is an infinite. Oh, this is I guess a well-known thing. Infinite string formed by concatenating base 10 representations of positive integers in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and so on. It can be proven that any finite string of digits will appear as a substring in the chaperone string at least once. That's a pretty trivial proof, but not very important. Given a string of digits and question marks, compute the smallest possible index of this string could appear as a substring of the chaperone string by replacing each question mark with a single digit 0 through 9. Question marks may map to a different digit. Since this index may be huge, print it mod this number. Up to 25 digits that we're looking for here.
And then you can look at the sample. The sample is, I think, very hard to understand, but, or,
This
like,
is
so
12,
1, 2, 1 is
like
12
13?
oh god, now I have to do this in my head again. Yeah, this one's 12, 13.
yeah.
This one is 7, 8, 9, 1, 0.
This one's 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, that one's 10, 11, 12. This one is constructed to have the answer be 314159.
Okay.
This one is the power of 10 that has this many zeros.
This is the index of the first thing that we're
Yeah,
printing.
it's the
Okay.
index of the first character. So this one starts at 7, so you print 7. This one starts at the 0 after the 10, so it's 11. Yeah, this problem is fun. That's all I'm gonna say. It's fun. It's fun to code.
Yeah, 25 is a very scary bound. It's like
Let me
it's interesting.
let me see if I can side channel some line counts for our submissions.
Does anyone in chat have any ideas how to even remotely approach this? Because I don't. Is it massive?
So here are the line counts. So The shortest solution we have for this problem is written by our resident Python expert Lewin Gan. He's very very influential, and he does a lot of work for NAC. His
Yeah, he's
solution
been around
clocks
the
in-
block a few times.
His solution clocks in at just 99 lines, which
Ooh,
I think
okay.
is insane. I have no idea how he has 99 lines. Next up, we have Tom Rokicki. He has a C++ solution with 217 lines. Next up is Arnav, who wrote a Kotlin solution at 244 lines.
And to pause you real quick, we have Colorado School of Mines with an ACN problem G. Colorado School of Mines has a team Discord that over 20% of NAC competitors are part of.
I think I'm gonna maybe try to figure out a way to sneak my way into that Discord somehow. Well, we'll see if it happens. I don't think it will, but we'll see if I can sneak in. Yeah, the line counts only get worse. So Arnav, Kotlin, 244. My solution is C++ and is 260 lines. And then our last solution is Finn's, clocking in at 564 lines.
University of Washington, they got a incorrect solution to problem I here. They went to Disney World earlier this week. Came a little early. Spent the first day of NAC at Disney World.
Yeah, I hear there are folks who, actually right before the contest, people were telling me I need to go to Universal Studios.
Yeah.
So we'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow when I wake up.
I hear some of the judges, including myself, are going there tomorrow too, and Lydia.
Yes. So maybe I need to join this.
So we'll see
this
ya.
party. But yeah, problem B.
So anyway, some massive solutions to problem B from everyone but Lewin.
Yeah, Lewin knows, like, I'll be honest, I still don't understand his solution, but it's some magic. It's some Python magic, and I literally don't understand it. Let me count how many wrong solutions I had before I had one that actually passed.
So
I had 5. I had 5 wrong solutions before
Yikes,
I got
yeah.
one that was correct.
Lydia, would you mind if we take a look at University of Central Florida's screen? I know right now UCF is in their programming team lab cheering on their team. This is the Pegasus Ballroom in UCF. Here we go. We got Apocalypse Attack working on problem K. I wonder who's coding.
Problem K, one of our geometry problems.
We've got quite the... Ooh, some doubles. Scary. Very scary.
Doubles are scary.
2E18, 4E18, oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be, they could be using max value, and then, or like that's their infinity.
Yeah, that's their maximum value, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we have UIUC. Did they just solve?
They're at 7 now.
All right, they're back in the lead. Now the question is, will MIT submit problem D to follow? Because I heard some people were discussing they were stalking MIT to figure out why they hadn't solved problem D. Apparently they used the team view, and there is an implemented d.cpp, but they haven't submitted it, and they're actually holding it for some unknown reason.
That's very weird. I mean, surely it's wrong, right? You wouldn't want to just wait.
Surely you should submit, but
Unless they're trolling us?
I think MIT is probably doing it for the content, right? They want to see what we're gonna say about it, and it's pretty clear that they think they can win on problems, so they don't care about their penalty. I think that's the statement.
What
that they're
problems
making.
though? Unless they have problem E in the bag somehow, UIUC is nothing to slouch at. They're a good team.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if MIT gets punished for this decision, but.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be funny if they end up just destroying everybody without D.
Yeah, so looking at the chat, it seems like someone was thinking about this problem and said it may be doable without question marks. And I think that is certainly, like, when the problem doesn't have question marks, it is a lot simpler. If the problem doesn't have question marks, there are things that you can do. But unfortunately, I don't think that solving this, like, sub-problem, or solving this easier version actually...
Like, how is it doable? Like, where do you even start without question marks?
So if you start without question marks, what you can kind of do is you can kind of say, like...
I'm not even at the point where I understand why question marks are difficult. Like, I don't even know.
You don't know where to start? Okay, so let's actually talk about how to solve, like, let's do 1-2-1.
Okay.
Let's actually just do the 1-2-1 case on the board,
Okay.
and I'm going to let me put it this way. I guess I'll just describe the solution because...
Well, hang on. Let's can we like try it first?
Or I'm going to describe the solution to, like, or like a way to approach doing 1-2-1, and then we go from there.
Okay.
Okay. So we want to find the smallest index, and so smaller indexed values
Are shorter.
Are shorter. So what you might guess is you might say, like, okay, is it possible that the first character just is 1?
Yeah.
So what you would do is you would write, like, 1, 2, 3.
3. Yeah.
Okay. And then you're like, okay, it doesn't quite work. Okay. So then you say, like, okay, is it possible that we have, like, 2-digit numbers? So if we
Now
have
you have a bunch
2-digit
of
numbers,
choices here, right? So you can be this.
you can have, like, something 1 and 21,
Or
or you can
this.
have 12 and something. The first one doesn't resolve because what you should get is, like, 20, 21.
Yeah. So we know this is 21, so this would have to be 20. So this doesn't work. But that's weird that you have to, like, go backwards. Okay. So I guess you're interested in the first, like, fully known thing. Okay. All right. And then here.
In the other case, you have 12. So
Yeah,
the
12,
start is 12, and then you have 13. And this aligns.
And this works.
So now that you have something that works, then you can kind of say, like, okay, this works, and then you can do the math to figure out the index.
Yeah. Okay.
And now you're done. Because if you found a 2-digit alignment, then there's no 3-digit. Then no 3-digit alignment can possibly do better.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And then but this, like, gets a little annoying because the digit number is not necessarily even constant. Like, it could start as 2 digits, become 3, and so on.
Yes. But that's why S is 25, so you can't actually...
MIT
do
has
that too
just
much.
gotten problem D.
They got problem D.
So whatever craziness they were working
All
on,
right.
they've
All
given
right.
up
They're
with it.
definitely doing it for the content.
Are they?
For sure, right? There's no way that they were like... They looked at the board and they were like, oh, they solved... And then...
Maybe they just thought everything else was easier.
Yeah, if you're telling me it took them 40 minutes to code D, like, oh my god.
So it sounds, I mean, the feeling I'm getting now is that this is just massively annoying to implement, but not necessarily, like, algorithmically difficult. Like, there are no TLE issues, right?
Correct. So the time limit is 10 seconds, and we intentionally set the time limit really high because, as far as we can tell, if you're doing anything remotely reasonable, it should work. Like, my solution runs in, like, I think my solution runs in under a second, for example. And I'm doing a lot of brute force in mine. So yeah, this problem is, I mean, it is essentially brute force. So when you add question marks, that doesn't really, I don't know. Like, I don't have a solution, or there might be simpler solutions where if you don't have the question mark version, but the solution is essentially, like, you brute force, and then you brute force the length of, like, the first number that touches your string, and then you do the alignment, and then you have to carefully handle, like,
What
the
goes
carry
where?
case.
Yeah.
So the carry cases are all really annoying. And so the reason why my solution is really long is to avoid doing the casework. I just brute force more possibilities, and when I brute force a possibility, like what I actually do is I brute force the last 2 digits of my number, so I never have carry problems. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
We got a wrong answer from Waterloo on problem M. One of their team members flew 28 hours to get here.
Oh yeah, I think he flew.
Do you know where he's from?
Yeah, he's from Singapore.
Oh wow.
So
Yikes. Yeah.
I was talking to him. He flew Singapore to Tokyo, and then from Tokyo, I think to Toronto, and then
Like around the
Toronto
world.
to yeah. Literally going like around the world.
Even just Toronto to here is a insane flight. It's like 6.5 hours.
Yeah. All right.
Right?
Wait, really? 6?
Where's Toronto?
It took me 6 hours to fly here
2?
from San Francisco.
I thought Toronto was West Coast, no? East Coast? We have Google Maps.
Waterloo's on the left. No.
Is Waterloo?
Is Waterloo in Toronto?
I actually
Where's
don't
Toronto?
know Waterloo's longitude.
All right, everybody. You thought this was a programming stream. Maps.google.com. Where is Toronto? It's in Ontario. Where's Ontario? Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, you actually fly west. That's
So it's like
oh, okay. You fly west.
Toronto is closer to Florida than Wisconsin. Who would have thought?
Amazing.
Yeah. Did you know if you start in Detroit and then you drive straight south, the first country you'll hit is Canada?
Yes,
I
I
didn't know that for a
I
while.
have heard that.
That's true. Okay. Anyway, Kansas geography.
Yeah.
They should hire a Canadian streamer next year.
Why does
No, I'm just kidding. I love doing this.
one of these days I'm gonna figure out why YouTube chat thinks I'm Rainboy, because I am not Rainboy. I even typed I am not Rainboy, and I'm getting memed on. My mistake was interacting with chat. All right. Can we pull up the scoreboard? Let's see where we're at. We're at the 2-hour mark almost.
Yeah.
And so it'll be good to sort of get a full look at the board. So at 7, we have UIUC in the lead, and then MIT. We've got is it 4 teams at 6? So exactly 4 teams at 6. Looking down, the median solve count right now is 4 problems, A, D, G, and J. And then at the we're almost at the point where every team has solved a problem. It's just Illinois Institute of Tech. Hopefully they figure out J or they figure out D.
So yeah, we got some interesting submissions here. Texas A&M just got an AC on G. One member of Texas has never seen or read any. Okay, well first of all, we'll come back to that in a minute. MIT just dark green C, putting them in first with their 8th problem correct. MIT will have so much money going home. Texas A&M, one of their team members has never seen or watched Harry Potter at all, which is, I don't know, not that crazy.
I feel like in like the current like day and age that is
it's a little old.
more believable. Like
Yeah.
when I was growing up, like the
was
books were
everywhere.
coming out, so we were all talking about it.
Also,
not
all 3 of
surprised.
them are graduate students, and first time for each of them at NAC.
Yeah, I wonder what the distribution is for like people's like first or second or third times at NAC. There are a lot of first-time universities here, so obviously they're all first-timers. Or maybe not obviously first-timers, actually. I guess you could have you're going to a different school for grad school, and then you make it again.
Irvine with another AC. Irvine is moving way up in the standings. Yeah, a lot of submits right around the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, the SoCal region is was really strong this year, I think. So like UCLA, UC Irvine, UC San Diego, I think we're all good. I forget who the last team was in that region. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up right now. Let me see. I'm definitely forgetting one team. Which team am I forgetting?
We got UBC.
Riverside.
UBC just moved into 3rd. Another team with 7 problems correct with an AC on M. 7 seems like, in my opinion, I'm calling it now, 7's what you're going to need for World Finals. That's my bet. My money's on 7.
for World Finals.
Yeah. You think 6?
So I have no idea how many.
I think 7.
I don't know how many slots they give. I've heard like, it feels like
Who knows
basically
these
what
days?
happened. My conspiracy theory is that in Bill Poucher's hat, he has a little random number generator.
Yeah.
So sometimes he takes off his hat, and I make fun of him, and I'm like, "Why are you not wearing your hat?" And then he's like, "Oh, I'm busy working," and I don't understand what that means, but I swear, like, he'll just pull out a number, and then like that's like the number of like slots that North America gets. But then they're like really secretive. Like no one actually knows how many slots there are for World Finals at NAC.
Yeah. It'd be really nice if they announced it ahead of time.
I think they don't. I think they intentionally don't because they want to look at the scoreboard and then they want to be like, oh, look, like 16 teams solved 7. Let's make 16 the cutoff.
It's just weird when it's like the host university happens to be the last team there. It just gives weird vibes, and it's like,
Wouldn't you like that though? You're a UCF alum.
I do. It makes me feel weird. I don't.
It's
like,
a little dirty.
I don't like the. I don't like the perception of it being dirty. I know it's probably not, and it's probably fine. But I just don't like. I like it to be very clear and fair.
Here are these team stats? Yeah, these are team stats. So we have 49 on D, 44 on A, 47 on J, 41 on G, 7 on H, 8 on I, 6 on M. And then MIT has the 1 on C. I do wonder what problem they're going to go for next. I know the set. I feel like I should actually like have a better answer for this, but I am just... Yeah, I don't know.
So H and I are the two medium level ones, right? They don't have a lot of solves.
This one's interesting. I think so. I'm apparently going to be wrong on this, but I thought H was going to be really hard. Like I thought like only like 10
It just
or
doesn't
15
seem
teams
doesn't
are gonna
seem that
solve it.
hard. It
The
seems
re-
very classical.
The reason why is because I've seen teams like it's a segment tree problem, which in theory should be not a hard topic. And actually, I know for a fact that during the second day of the North America Programming Camp, we should talk about that actually. So right before this contest, there was the North America Programming Camp. So we brought in some trainers, so like some former competitive programmers, current professors, and they all had like lectures for all of the contestants.
Including Andrew He,
Yeah.
Eknerwala.
Actually, is there any way for us to pull up his stream, or is that not possible?
I don't know if we have the
We'll see.
the links.
He's currently doing NAC. Maybe I'll pull up his stream on my computer and see how they're doing. But so one of the lectures was actually on segment trees. So we know for a fact that they got a segment tree lecture beforehand, and there was a there was a slide at the end of their presentation where it was basically like the disclaimer. It's like, hey, so I think there's going to be a segment tree problem, and then the last slide's like, NAC trainer teaches lecture on segment tree. NAC 2024 does not have segment tree problem. Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah, the trainers are different people from the judges always, right? So.
All right, I'm peeking at Andrew's screen right now, and Andrew is also working on problem C. So we're gonna try to pull.
We're gonna see if we can get it up here. Yeah.
We'll try to. I think we might need a bit of a break to make that happen, but we'll see what we can do. But yeah, he's coding C, and C is definitely a very, very Andrew problem, if that means anything. We haven't actually looked at problem C, so we'll also try to pull that up in a bit for folks to look at so we can talk about it.
All right. Well, welcome, welcome, Zach. We're still working on sound. See, streams aren't fun unless they're have things go wrong, right? So there's that. Okay, Zach Frigstad here, coach of the North American Programming Camp. This is the third tries the charm.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've gone undeaf, right?
You're talking to me?
We're talking to the chat here.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Thanks.
We can hear ourselves. Lydia, if you let us know if there are any problems, that'd be great. But I think we should be good here. Okay, lots of hearts. Cool. So, Zach, for the third time, do you want to give us a quick rundown on what the North American Programming Camp is?
Right. So the North America Programming Camp (NAPC) is a 2 days camp that's held just before the NAC dress rehearsal, and we spend some of the time discussing strategy, some of the time discussing particular topics, and then about half the time is spent on actual practices themselves. A little more than half. These are usually problems that are not appearing in North America contests, so we try to draw fresh problems for people to see.
Ones people haven't seen before, yeah, it's always good. And we talked about the BEST theorem earlier when we were muted. BEST theorem is a theorem created by 4 people whose last names start with B, E, S, and T.
Yeah, and I can't remember the names of the people, but with one of the talks, we wanted to introduce just a fun new idea that people hadn't seen before, so it wasn't all about intense problem solving. And Andrew, he talked about the BEST theorem, and it tells us how to count the number of Eulerian circuits in a directed graph. So an Eulerian circuit in a directed graph is just a walker on the graph that starts and ends at the same spot, and it covers every edge exactly once.
And then there was another talk on contest strategy, right?
Yeah, contest strategy. Jingbang, in fact, that was the first talk of the camp, one of the longest talks. Jingbang Chen talked about contest strategies and various things you should do at different points in the contest, and just how you can even train a little bit too.
So at this point, we're almost halfway through. According to Jingbang, what should people be doing? What do you think?
Well, it depends on where you are. It depends on what your team's goals are, of course. Those teams that have solved the 4 basic problems that we see already are looking to solve the next one. They're going to pick based on their team's strength and experience. And if you haven't solved the 4 problems yet, you're focused on those problems to move up there. Yeah.
Once you get the medium problems, what do you think is the best way of going after the harder ones? Because I know this set, the ceiling is quite high. There are a lot of tough ones. It's not obvious which ones to go after, I think.
Right, and again, that's a team strength thing. It really depends on the sort of problems you want to solve. You can see that if you look at the medalists at the NACs, there's usually a little bit of variety in which ones they actually solved at the very end of the contest. So teams that are at that level have already worked out their own strategy for doing these things, and there's not too much more we can say about that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that for the teams who haven't done that yet, we talk about not just necessarily following exactly what the medaling teams have done, because there might be a hidden gem out there, a problem that hasn't been solved much. And if you look at NAC from last year, there were 2 problems that I would call hidden gems, undersolved problems.
Which ones?
The most obvious one I would say is repetitive string invention from NAC last year. The first solve wasn't until the 3rd hour, and most solves weren't until the 4th hour. But you didn't need any special knowledge really to solve that problem.
Okay.
It really was just synchronize some for loops carefully, and that's it. No algorithms or data structures required really, apart from maybe some very light dynamic programming. And then the other one was first last, which only had 3 solves. Now that one, there's a hidden bit of information in the problem statement. Not hidden, just hard to read. You had to read the whole problem very carefully. But if you notice the one thing that said there's only 3 distinct characters you have to worry about, if you've read it, you know what I mean. Then there's not too bad of a dynamic programming algorithm following that too. And only 3 teams got it, and it's one of the shorter ones to code too. So I call those hidden gems, missed problems. Teams can be looking for that too.
Yeah, there have been several of those where either like it almost never gets solved or only gets solved in like the 4th hour of the contest. And there's all of this penalty points that people could have had improvements on that they didn't, just because like it didn't have solves, so no one went after it, and you had a scoreboard effect happen.
No, I understand too. If you look at the volume of problems that we're asking people to solve at these contests, it can be easy to miss certain problems, but just make sure you've read every single problem, and carefully too. Read the full problem statement. Sometimes we like to quickly read a problem statement to get an impression of the problem. But sometimes there's an important detail hiding there, like with first last, that really simplifies it, that you could miss on a quick read.
So Zach, you're also a coach of Alberta, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you been watching your team at all? I know they have some team dashboards.
Oh
back
yeah,
in
yeah,
the coaches
yeah,
area.
yeah. I've been watching them on the coaches' view back in the room. I'm watching them code things up, watching them implement something with the wrong math, but realize it, fix it, and use the right math to submit it. It was fun to see them come about solving that problem before they even submitted it first. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on their performance today so far?
So the last I checked, and I haven't checked in a bit, but the last I checked, they had solved 4 problems. I know they're a strong team, and I'm optimistic that they can solve a few more.
Well, sounds good. We'll be cheering them on later today.
Mhm.
Any advice you have for people who are newer, who maybe still are going through those easier problems, or anybody watching at home who's newer to competitive programming, and how to build up the tools they need?
You mainly solve problems, and if you really don't know what to do to solve a problem that you feel like you should, because lots of people have solved it and it looks like an easier problem, you might be missing something. So if you've read a problem and you've thought about it for a while and you can't solve it, you know what, you go look up spoilers, or you go talk to someone else, because then you can fill in the missing information, so next time you see a problem like that, you can do it. Always solve the problem, even if you have to look up spoilers after you've spent some time on it.
There you go. Some solid advice. All right, last thing. You mentioned earlier that Alberta has 4.
Yeah.
And that once you have the 4 easiest ones, it probably makes a lot of sense to go after your team's strengths.
Mhm.
What do you think Alberta's strength is of the medium problems here? Are there any strategies or like particular problem categories you think they'd be particularly well suited for?
Well, dynamic programming they're very strong with, so I wouldn't be surprised if problem M was the next one that they solve.
There are quite a few dynamic programming
There are
problems.
quite
here,
a
I'd
few,
say.
yeah, but somehow M stands out as something that I think they're going to get next.
All right.
We'll see if I'm right about that one.
Sounds good. Well, thanks so much, Zach. We appreciate having you on.
Thanks, David.
And we'll see you later today. Bye-bye.
Bye.
How about now?
Are we muted?
Now we're back for real.
Perfect.
Well, we had some technical difficulties, but it's okay. Hopefully the stream is doing well for us. If it's not, please let us know in chat, because that's probably our best way of communicating with people. And we're not bothered by messages if things are broken, so just
Yes.
let us know.
Yes, please tell us if things are broken. If you know one thing that we also hope doesn't break, but I want to spend a little time talking about. I had some questions during the break. Someone was asking, like, why are there balloons? Like, where did the whole balloon thing start?
Oh, those are fun when they break.
Yeah, if they pop. I don't think I've heard a balloon pop, but at UCF, there's like they charge a fine if a balloon gets stuck in the rooftop. So they're very careful to try to make sure that none of the contestants like let go of a balloon, and then because if it floats up to the roof, it's really bad. They have sprinklers up there, and if anything touches the sprinkler, it will immediately go off.
Oh, that's a problem.
So you gotta be
Especially when
really
this
careful.
contest is entirely dependent on electronic computers.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole balloon history thing is actually kind of interesting. So, you know, we're in 2024, and we're
Real quick, MSOE, they just made their third submission to problem A. Together, their three teammates have a total of 14 siblings between them. One team member accounts for over 90% of that 14. Anyway, continue.
Wow. Yeah, so, you know, it's 2024, and we're here live streaming this contest to you, but, you know, 50 years ago, or 47 years ago, I guess, I think we're coming upon like the 48th World Finals. You know, there wasn't live streaming, there wasn't YouTube, there wasn't Twitch, there wasn't, I don't know what the platforms are these days.
But then if people like us
Yeah.
can make this entertaining.
Yeah, but, so, you know, what does the audience do during a programming contest? Like, pretend that there weren't all of these balloons here. Like, there were not balloons at the first World Finals. We know that for a fact, actually. You just see these people, and they're just working at their tables, and it's, like, dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. And it was boring. It was so boring. You had no idea what was going on, because you just see people writing code, or not writing code, or you can't tell because, you know, your teams might be on the far side of the auditorium or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see them at all. And so then, like, someone asked, like, wait, yeah, what is going on? Like, did my team solve a problem or not? But, like, you can't, like, the team doesn't actually want to, like, you don't want to, like, make a big hurrah out of, you know, a team solved a problem. Like, maybe the team, like, cheers a little bit internally, but you're not going to hear that from far away. And
if you're announcing it all the time, like, Maryland solved problem G, it's like everyone else is just like, please shut up already, you know?
yeah, like the contestants, they want the floor to be, like, silent. They don't want there to be, like, noises or anything.
Very deep in thought.
So,
Speaking of noises.
I believe the actual story here. I might be mistaken about the exact history here, but I think, you know, they brought
Thank you,
balloons.
Luna.
Thank you. I think someone brought in balloons for, like, an unrelated thing. Like, you just have balloons to be like, oh, look at this event. We're hosting an event. Like, come find us here. And then I think someone was like, what happened if we just gave a team a balloon when they solved a problem? And so, you know, these teams, they're hard at work. They're at their computers. They're, like, writing code. And like they probably won't even notice like someone walks by, clips a little balloon like next to them, and then they just walk away, like, you know, assuming the
It's not
balloons don't
distracting,
pop. Yeah. And so, but then it also had the effect of like, then like, you know, this wasn't even for the spectators. They weren't thinking like, oh, like the spectators will care. They're just like, oh, let's just give them a balloon as like a, you know, good job, you solved the problem, you got a balloon.
Can we take a look at MSOE's screen when we have a chance? MSOE, Milwaukee School of Engineering. Sorry. Anyway, give them a balloon and they get it right.
Yeah, but then teams were like, wait, we got balloons. That's cool.
Yeah.
So now teams are like, oh, I want balloons. Like I want to get as many balloons as possible. And so like, you know, teams got more motivated to solve problems. And then like the contest hall actually got really pretty. Like look at this view right now. You just see all of these different balloons everywhere, and like it's pretty amazing. I heard from the staff when I took my break, I was walking around. I heard one of the staff saying, we have a problem with MIT. So when you are first to solve a problem, you got like that letter. So when we pan, after we look at the screen for MSOE,
MSOE, they're getting TLE, it looks like, on this?
Yeah. Yeah, I think TLE is like the expected verdict for problem A. I think teams will try a variety of things. Some are trying to do like meet in the middle, but it doesn't quite work. They're trying to do like 2 to the 25, and I think it's a little bit too slow. They try to meet in the middle and then like pair them
And
up.
they're using like a set and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's too slow, but it's subtle.
So just not right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
yeah, so
if
we're
we
looking
can-
at MIT.
if we can look at or not MIT like their screen, but like if we can get like the aerial view,
You can
of, like,
kind of see
MIT.
to the left of them right here.
Yeah, you can see they have all those lettered balloons, and so the lettered balloons, they're extra balloons. So they get the regular balloon for solving like problem A or problem C or whatever. They get like that colored balloon, but when they're the first to solve, they also get the lettered balloon. So they have what, 5 first to solves? I don't remember.
Quite
4
a
or
few.
5, and apparently like they blow them up pretty big, and it's helium. So the MIT sign is actually like there's so much buoyancy that like it actually wants to go up, and so they're trying to figure out ways to like weigh it down so the whole sign just doesn't raise up to the roof.
Those signs, I don't know if you like really can get an understanding of it from this angle. Maybe this angle is better, but those are big signs.
They're
They're like
big.
6 feet long.
Yeah, they're big. They're not like super heavy, but
Yeah.
like they're pretty big, and
Like,
so
like maybe styrofoam, cardboard, or
Yeah.
something like poster board, what you make science fair projects out of.
yeah. And yeah, so we're gonna pan over. Yeah, you can see MIT like right here on the shot, like center slightly to the left, and you can see they're like massive balloons. Like that's a lot of balloons. Like I am like
The Hindenburg over here.
actually impressive. But yeah,
All right, we got people who really want to see University of Maryland. Maybe we can go take a look at them.
I think it's the same person. I think they just spammed it 3 times.
Yeah, it's true. I
Oh wait,
mean,
no. There are more people.
very, very involved individual.
So here's a question: what balloon? If you could be any sort of balloon, not like ICPC specific, like what type of balloon would you be?
What type of balloon would I be?
Yeah.
Does a spy weather balloon count?
Yeah, that's a type of balloon. For
I'd
sure.
be famous, Nick. I'd be in the news. Can I see a fighter jet?
By what? Yo, that would be really cool. When I was thinking about this, and my first instinct was like I would be an ICPC first to solve balloon because
that's a good
those
one.
are the balloons that I would go for. But
The,
then I
the
was
dark,
like,
dark green.
Yeah, then I would be like, wait, if I could be any balloon, what would I be?
So it looks like University of Maryland is either debugging or clueless. You
Can we
say
see?
apparently they have a solution, but they're staring at a.cpp. Unless they just write everything in
Oh,
a.cpp
God.
and then paste that to what it really is, but that's just mind-numbingly confusing.
I mean, if they're doing that, then like the only way I would have to actually like pull them up on.
Ah, this
TeamView.
could be H. They have a seg tree.
If they have secretary, it's probably
They have seg tree, build, push, modify.
yeah. You
And
don't
maybe they're debugging it right now?
you don't actually need lazy propagation for H though.
You don't. Oh, you can just like update the whole range?
Yeah. you
Yeah,
can
it's
update the
true.
whole range. Yeah, I mean, if they have build and push, that's a bad sign actually. Like you do not need
Well,
lazy crop. Also,
that doesn't hurt.
Also, interestingly, I wrote two solutions. I wrote the iterative segment tree solution and the recursive seg tree solution. And the recursive seg tree solution is faster.
Interesting. All right, we've got another submit from Princeton here. Princeton is a bunch of old men. The sum of the ages of their team is 70. And they claim to be the oldest average team at NAC here. All of them are graduate students.
I could believe that. There are a lot of undergrads here. Yeah, ICPC is definitely a young person's game.
UCF, they're falling a little bit behind here. Wrong answer on problem K. We met with their coach, Arup, one of their coaches. They have several coaches. Arup, Travis, Dr. Aruji, all wonderful people. Arup was here. He's watching outside and cheering them on, seeing how they do.
Nice. Can we have a viewer who wants to see UC Irvine. Can we get them up? Is that possible?
They can also all go to the second screen.
Put the requests there. I see.
But we make it more fun, Lydia.
Yeah, they get a little personalized commentary because we can maybe look, although I cannot look.
And I really hate to see it. A second burned wrong answer on problem K by UCF.
I'm gonna get my laptop.
So not only were they wrong there, but they're wrong again. Yeah, 70. The sum of ages is 70. So not individually, right? I guess that's like 23 per person. But still, 23 for a college student is older than average. It really was H after all. Yep. Oh, they got H. Nice. Nice call out. High five. Boom. Yeah. All right. We'll be right back here. And we're back. You know, internet is one of those things where you don't think about how complicated it is until it doesn't work. And then it's just like, oh my goodness, what's going on, right?
Yeah. Is this what life was like in the old days? Just
Back when you had to use cords and connect your computer to the wall.
yeah,
Crazy, right?
yeah,
What even is an Ethernet cable?
yeah. It makes me think about like I was thinking back to like the balloon story and like how ICPC has changed over the years, and like, you know, there were actually, now that I think about it, there were a lot of like ICPC like back in the day was like it was like a completely different contest. You had 4-person teams in the very beginning instead of 3-person teams.
Yeah.
The penalty system was different. Like, one of the most controversial changes ever was in the old days. So nowadays, when we talk about penalty, it's like you get charged a 20-minute penalty, but only if you solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, if you got a wrong submission, they just added plus 20 to your penalty.
I think it's a good change. I like the encouragement to submit more.
Yeah, but it definitely resulted in some interesting situations where the team in first place just refused to submit. Because if you got it wrong, you would stop being first. So
Yeah.
you literally never had an incentive to submit. So you kind of had, it was kind of like earlier today, or not today, yesterday we were going over the NSA challenge. So the NSA ran a little contest for all the NAC teams, and they did the scoreboard reveal for that. And so later today, during the awards ceremony, you're gonna see this. You're gonna see it's called the Resolver.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. It makes the reveal of the results just extremely entertaining. But so they ran the Resolver for the NSA challenge, and the NSA challenge had a problem where it wasn't like AC or like incorrect. You could get like partial points. And so what they did was they resolved the submissions one at a time. So teams would like incrementally work on the problem. So their first submission might be like 10 points, and then they would get like 20 points,
And
and
then
so
it
on.
increases over time.
So then what happened during the Resolver, all the teams were tied at like 400. So you had this effect where like the bottom team with 400, like their first partial point submission resolved, and it was like they got 1 point, but then they moved up like 20 ranks because everyone was tied at 400, and then the next team would do it. So you had this like repeated like cycling, and then you had little back and forths where teams would be like, they would resolve like pairs of submissions. So you would just see like the next two teams like swap repeatedly, or the bottom two teams would like swap repeatedly, and I think it was really entertaining. I think for all the teams, they really liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting, like, that the idea of, like, for a problem, it's not just 1 or 0. It makes the resolving more fun because there's a lot more you can do with it, right? Like, if you can get something correct multiple times, and each time you get it correct, you do better, you move farther up.
Yeah.
Makes for a much more interesting resolve.
Yeah, the Resolve, it, like, I think, yeah, there was a lot of laughter in the hall just because they were, like, trying to follow along, and lots and lots of swapping.
Apparently someone is on the floor. God Gamer, do you have any idea where this person is? Because I'm very interested in someone lying on the floor. Maybe they're thinking.
So, back in 2013, 2013? Yeah. So in 2013, NAC was not actually NAC. It was the University of Chicago Invitational Programming Contest.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of having the contest, like right now they're in a ballroom. So this is the Pegasus Ballroom. But back then they had it in like one of the libraries in the University of Chicago. And so they basically gave us like a really big table, and then you had like this tiny computer on top of it, but we had like the whole table to ourselves. But the library was super long. So it reminds me of like the Great Hall and like Harry Potter. And so, there were, I remember during that contest, there were like people who would just like lie under their table, and they would just like, they looked like they were sleeping. I couldn't tell if they were sleeping or thinking, but there were people who would just be like lying under the table. Where panning to the top right, they said that, did we miss it? Oh, was it?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
oh no. Oh no.
Oh boy.
We'll have to wait for the next cycle. Hopefully it's still mid-nap.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of U Chicago, you want to hear something about them?
Let's go for it.
Apparently, they have not gotten 2 hours of sunlight since summer of 2019. The people, not the school.
Okay, I was about to say, if it's the
Yeah.
school, like Chicago and
There it is. We missed
Canada-
again. Oh no!
There-
Apparently, there's someone lying on the floor.
Yeah,
Probably to the
we're just not paying
right or
attention.
something?
We're just not paying attention to this. Well, I'm too busy like talking about whatever. Man, but yeah, there were
You
like
gotta give us some directions, God Gamer, because I don't see that. This is a very zoomed out view. We're manually controlling the camera now, and that it's just not there.
yeah, we need these instructions. We can't.
Did this person get up?
Oh, they got up.
darn it.
They found out. They heard us. Do you
Well,
think they heard
okay,
us on
on
stream?
the bright side, this stream is recorded, so afterwards we can go back and watch and get like a screenshot and maybe like tweet this or something.
All right. Man, that is
Did you catch the school?
well, if it was blue.
Table 30. Lydia.
table
We have
30?
a mapping from tables to everything
Wait,
else.
I
which-
think I do. I think
What
I
is
do.
the
Let me see if I can dig
What school is that? We skipped over it 3 times.
Let me see if I can dig this.
California Irvine.
You see
Irvine.
Irvine. All right, I know
You
their
drank too much
coach.
water.
I know their coach. I can talk to him about it.
All right, anyway. That's funny.
But yeah, no, I feel like it is a contest strategy because like I remember in Chicago. Oh, University of California.
Oh, go back. He's lying
Yeah,
down.
it's Irvine. But yeah, I don't actually know if napping is a
Allowed?
good strategy. No, I think
Oh,
it's
good.
allowed. Although
5 hours is a long time. Who
Although
knows?
you have to be careful, right? Because there's a difference between like taking a nap versus if you looked like you like got knocked out or something. Also, like you can't actually take a nap in the middle of the floor. Like if you're in the way, like they will tell you like the teams are actually restricted to
Wait,
like
sorry.
their little cubbies.
Lydia, who's team 31? They should be next to Irvine.
UCLA.
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 Okay.
Oh yeah, UCLA was working on problem L. They're working on problem L, and I'm pretty sure that the person was probably like visualizing geometry in their head because problem L is geometry, and it is a doozy.
UCLA, they might not know what a stroopwafel is, but they know how to take a nap. Let's take a look at problem L. I love my geometry. Geometry, my favorite part of the contest here.
Oh no.
Okay, let's go.
Not geometry.
I love geometry. I am hungry for some stroopwafel geometry, let me tell you.
At the 11th hour, I was asked to solve this problem. This was the day before I flew out to Orlando. This
Some
diagram.
triangles.
This diagram gives me nightmares still. I was at work, and I was told like, hey, can you solve this problem for us? Like we need another solution. We need an exact solution because I had like an approximate solution.
Okay.
But you know geometry, you need to
Yeah, we
do
use
your
longs
problems
these
in,
days,
in
not
integers.
doubles. No doubles
So
for us.
I wrote. All right, let me. Get
Well, let's
my-
read it first. Hang on. So you're given the square. You're given the squares of lengths of sides. Oh boy, of 4 triangles. The squares of lengths of sides of 4 triangles. Determine if it's possible to arrange them. Oh, because a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Yep. Determine if it's possible to arrange them via translation, rotation, and reflection into a square. No triangles may overlap, and there should be no gaps or holes. And it's always 4 triangles.
Yeah.
So there are not that many ways of doing it, presumably.
There are.
So really quick, Murat, if you're trying to do split screen, that's a different stream. There's another stream by ICPC Live that's just ICPC split screens. And this one is we control it, so yeah. So here we're looking at problems. But there's a different stream if you want to do the
Yeah,
just
we're-
the U South Florida screen.
We're looking at problems and giving history lessons.
Exactly.
This problem is brutal.
So how many ways are there to do it, right? So you have a triangle. You have to match. Oh wait, can one triangle be in the middle? No.
Yes.
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 One. Oh, one triangle can cover 2 things. Oh, this is kind of
Okay,
crazy.
you can go to your whiteboard and you can draw as many things as you want, and I promise you, you're gonna miss one.
Yeah, let's do some thinking here.
I was like, what I did when I was told to solve this problem was I found the conference room furthest away from. I found the conference room in the corner where the whiteboard was not like externally viewable because I couldn't spoil the problems. I started drawing all of the different diagrams, and I hated My life. Do you need to reconnect the Wi-Fi?
Let's refresh.
Do you need to reconnect the Wi-Fi? It's been 3
Yes,
hours.
it has been 3 hours. UCF is a lovely school, but their guest Wi-Fi has a time limit of 3 hours, which is a little interesting.
There we go.
go. Boom. Okay, so there's one.
So there is one. So you can have a triangle in the middle. Yeah, you can keep drawing cases, and I'm just gonna tell you you're missing one until you've drawn like 30 different cases.
So you can have 2 lines to 1 line. You can have, I guess you can have the classic, which would be 4 like this. Doot, doot, doot. These points don't need to line up, do they? So we can have...
Well, the point doesn't need to be exactly in the center, but the point can be anywhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Right?
Is the solution to, like, go through all of these?
The solution, okay, so someone purportedly has a constructive solution. Someone tries to like enumerate all possible constructions to make it work, and that solution works. The solution that I came up with is I drew every single possibility and then just checked, like, can I map the triangles into that configuration?
Yeah, this does seem absolutely brutal. Wait, so, okay, what else is there? This actually seems like maybe it's all of it?
No, you are missing so many.
What am I missing? Give me some help here.
Okay, so you see this one?
Yeah? Oh, because any triangle you can rotate in 2 ways. So you could do this too. Wait, I did this.
Oh.
This one is the same as this.
Sorry, what am I doing? No, so like have like a, what am I trying to say? Oh my god, I'm like really confused. I have a diagram. I drew a diagram. We all drew diagrams to like enumerate them all. Let me try to dig one up.
Oh, you can also do this. That's weird.
Yeah, so that is one case where but that case kind of like devolves, or it's like equivalent. Okay, here's a case that you're missing. So draw a so you draw a square and then draw like a right triangle that is like half, that takes up like, so like this. Sorry.
Like that?
And then draw like a V, like a V that goes like between like
that?
Or no, like at a V, like,
Oh, this is also, I'm missing this surely, right?
yeah, you're missing like that.
Oh wow,
Kinda
this is
case.
like a lot. How many of these are there?
So there were like 5 families.
Sorry, well, you said a V, so like this?
So there's a
Here?
no, so a V, but it's like down. Like you pick a point here and then you connect it to the top 2.
Are you saying like this?
No, it has to go. It has to touch the top right corner.
Oh yeah, because it's not a triangle.
That's actually one of the hardest cases because you're making a trapezoid out of 3 triangles.
Man, yeah, this is a pain.
Yeah. So there
Okay,
are.
so this is not maybe the prettiest geometry problem in the world.
It's not a pretty geometry problem. It's like it's pretty casework heavy.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah.
So is your code just like literally? Oh, I see a picture from you, just like
here's a picture.
it's like 17 possibilities.
But yeah, but most of them are like families. So let's pick. I'm trying to pick one to. Let's look at this like center left one. So in the center left one, what you've done is you've drawn. You effectively have 2 triangles, and each of those 2 triangles is split into 2 smaller triangles. So one of the primitives that I have in my solution is I have 2 triangles, and then I have like a triangle I want to form. Can I smash together 2 triangles to make the like triangle that I want?
So basically, you're saying this thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you have the red triangle, you have the 2 the 2 smaller white triangles. Is it possible to smash them together to make the red triangle? Like that is a important primitive in my solution.
Yeah.
And so this is some casework and some trig or whatever, because to smash them together, they have to share a side, and then you have to compute, and then like the sides have to align and so on, and the angles have to align. and you do a bunch of math to figure it out. So once you have that, there are a bunch of other primitives I have, but that's pretty much what the problem turns into.
Yeah. Okay.
So the intent here is we expect this to be the problem that if MIT somehow blazed through the rest of the set,
This will slow them down.
We would expect them to get stuck on this, because if they do the casework solution, they have to get every single case, and that's pretty hard. If they do the enumerative solution, it's also hard, but you still have to get it all right. And the test cases for this are crazy strong, because there are a lot of necessary conditions that you can check. So, for example, you can prove that the area has to be like the side length has to be an integer.
Of the square?
Yeah, the side length of the square has to actually be an integer. You can prove under the constraint, or I think you can prove in general, actually, that you cannot express, what is it? If you have like A, B, C, and D, and those are all integers, or those are all like irrational square roots, you can prove that the sum of the 4 irrational square roots is irrational.
Yeah, this might be a little outside our price range.
So
Is quite the problem.
so yeah. So I was told to solve this problem, and I made the mistake of promising I would solve the problem before I went to bed.
Sounds like a late night.
I went to bed at 1 a.m. that night.
It's not bad.
It took me like 2 hours on a whiteboard, and then I ate dinner, and then another like 4 hours at home, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. I've done worse.
All right, so I mean that's L. That's quite the thing. I think problem K might be a more manageable geometry.
K is definitely the easier of the geometry problems.
I'm gonna read it real quick, and then we can talk about it in a minute. You have a point light source at the origin in a 2D plane. To the right, there's an infinitely tall wall. There are some opaque vertical line segments between the light and the wall, and as a result, each line segment casts a shadow. All of these shadows overlap to form one or more intervals on the wall, as you can see here. Now imagine the light source moving along the x-axis to the left, effectively pulling the light further away. Eventually, the shadow will just be perfectly to the right when you get infinitely far away. Your job is to compute the sum of lengths of intervals along the x-axis for which light source creates a single shaded interval on the wall. The sum, so like where can the point be so that you get a single shaded interval?
Yeah.
Oh. Of shade. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
My controversial.
Hang on one sec. Yeah. Oh, so n is only 3,000, first of all. So you can do all point pairs. And W is... What is W? Oh, W is how far
W
right
is how
it
far
is.
the right wall is.
Okay.
So.
And you can probably use doubles here and be safe if you need it. As long as you're reasonable. Can you have 3 collinear points?
You can have arbitrarily many collinear points.
Oh, that's annoying.
Well, it's a geometry problem.
It's got to be annoying. That's the point.
Let me look at the other.
Ooh, we got a lot of submissions. Hang on. Madison got their 5th with problem I. Michigan Ann Arbor also got their 5th with problem I. Rochester got problem H. Oh, no, wrong answer, problem H. Sorry. I may have read the other ones wrong, too. Cornell got AC for their 6th problem in problem I. UT Dallas got M. AC. Well done. And the Ohio State University still at 4.
Yeah. Can we pull up the scoreboard really quickly? There was a question directed at me around expecting a big gap between 7 problems and 8 problems. So if we look at the scoreboard right now, MIT is squarely on top at 8, or with 8, and then we have 6 teams with 7. We have UIUC, UBC, UCSD, Columbia, UMD, and Stanford. And then we've got a pretty big mass at 6. I'm counting, what is that, like 10 teams?
UCF's kind of the odd one out here with 11 wrong submits on K.
Oh.
Very bizarre.
11 wrong submits on K. Yeah, we looked at their solution. Oh, actually, I was just told by a judge who was looking into it. They are failing an edge case where n is 1.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
They're failing the edge case where n is equal to 1.
No.
When n is 1, there's only one thing, so the answer is -1.
Oh, that is brutal.
So they're passing
Can we
every
see their
case.
screen? Can we see if they're like banging their heads against their desks here? UCF, Central Florida.
Yeah, they did all the hard work, but they're failing at n equals 1 something. Oh,
And Columbia just dark green, problem B, moving them into second place. Okay, looks like UCF has put away K for now. Columbia with a dark green on problem B. Well done, Columbia.
only 2 attempts. That's pretty crazy. They wrote 265 lines for B. So
B,
pretty close.
B is the
the champer noun substring, the digits. You got to
champer
find
noun? Is that what it's
Champer.
called?
I've been saying champer. I have no idea how you pronounce it. The one with the
I thought
question
it was
marks. and the-
chaperone.
I've been saying champer. champer noun is how
Yeah,
I
okay,
do it,
it's
but I
not
have no
chaperone.
idea.
Yeah, not chaperone. Okay. I'm a
Yeah.
fool. Okay, anyway.
But yeah, coming back, like,
Whoa, what is this?
oh, that's C. That's comparator.
Do we want to look at C?
It's
C's kind of wild.
It's a.
Let's look at K. Have we seen K?
We're talking about, or we had just started talking about K, but the solution's actually pretty.
Oh, this one here. Okay.
Because we were talking about it because UCF had 11 wrong on it, and
So when n is 1, the answer is infinite.
the answer is always infinity because
Oh, and
there's
they're-
only one
they're
thing,
not
so there can
always-
only ever be one shadow.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, so somehow they're failing n equals 1, which is extremely odd to me. Pun not intended, but yeah, corny jokes.
Well, so yeah, let's talk, or let's try and do this one maybe. So the idea here for this is like, or one idea is we care about we care about the order of these things, like the order of all of the line segments points from top to bottom, and then how they change as you move your center, right? And there will be potentially n squared passing points.
There will be potentially n squared like transitions, yes.
Okay, so you start here, and you have your wall. And if you have some segments like this, initially, these segments are connected. But then at a certain point, when you get here, then the order of these two will swap. So, yeah, that's important. So we have all of our critical x's that we care about. In this case, well, I guess you only care about the ones to the center and left.
Yeah.
Then we want to know yeah, can we do all point pairs? That's the question.
Yes, it's n squared.
N squared log n.
N squared log n, yeah.
Yeah. And if we have an ordering of the points, we basically just want to say there's never a place where you can split it. Like we never want, like we want basically all of the segments to be overlapping in some way.
Yep. Okay, so
Yeah,
so,
this is indeed annoying.
so let's do the static case. So how can we check that all the segments are overlapping, like ignoring
Naively, like if we did it once,
like
or ignoring the geometry, you mean?
so what's ignore the geometry? Let's say I gave you like the arrangement of like let's say the query was like for a fixed point.
Yeah.
I want to know if they all form exactly one segment or one shadow. Like, how would you, like, how do you
So-
verify that?
Yeah, if you have a point, we can pick this point here. We're interested in the order of all of these endpoints from top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
We'll assume the point we pick isn't one of the critical points because those don't matter, right? There's a constant
Yeah.
number of those. So then we have this ordering, and because this 2 happens before the 3, then you have like a cut point. And that's where you're going to have a gap in the shadow. So your shadow will have started, then you won't have a shadow, and then you'll have a shadow starting later.
Yeah. So a different way of expressing this is imagine that you do like an angle sweep.
Yep.
So you do an angle sweep, and so every time you see the bottom of a segment, you +1, and every time you hit the top of a segment, you -1.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you ever have a 0 in the middle, then it's bad. Like then you have a gap, and that means that there is there are at least 2 shadows, which would be bad.
So the tricky part here is we have n squared of these points on the line, and then evaluating each one of them will be, I mean, like technically n log n, but we could get it down to order n if we needed.
Yeah.
So we have to like combine the work we do with the different critical points to save us a factor of n, and that's where the problem gets really hard.
Yes. It turns out that in practice, like, so at the cut point, what happens is those 2 points swap in the order,
Yeah.
right? So, but
So yeah, should we just draw that out? So we have like, so here we have, for the first thing we have a 1, then -1, and then 1, -1.
I think it helps to annotate
The prefix sums?
the actual the ID, like the actual point. So like this one comes from like 4, and then like 0.4.
This is 1, right? And then
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Is that what you mean?
Something like yeah.
Okay.
So now imagine that we like cross one of these like interesting points.
So these 2 swap.
So then 2 and 3 swap. So how do 2 and 3 swap? So that's the swap. So the 2 and the 3 swap there. And so we don't have the drawing on screen.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, they missed a lot.
Sorry. So let's recap, or let's do a brief recap here. So what is happening is we have our like point light source, which is somewhere on the x-axis, and then we are attempting to find all of the points on the x-axis where if you imagine having a light source from there, you would only project one singular shadow onto this wall, which is the vertical segment on like 2/3 of the way on the right in white. Now, if you're infinitely far away, what happens is the actual shadows are delineated purely by the y coordinates. So from infinitely far away, the actual order of the segments, let's say from bottom to top, would be 0.4, then 0.3, then 0.2, and then 0.1. So that's like the like original order.
Oh, and we're moving to the right here.
Yeah, so we're gonna move from like infinitely far away like to the right. So at some point, what will happen is the order of, so if you do an angle sweep of the light source from like negative infinity, like y equals negative infinity to y equals positive infinity, you'll see that when you're infinitely far away, you hit the points in sorted order by their y coordinates.
Yeah.
Now, if you draw a line segment that connects two of the 2 segment endpoints, that will
This one?
hit the
Yep.
x-axis somewhere. So we'll take the 2, 3, 1. So the 2, 3, 1 will hit the x-axis at this like white intersection here. And so at that intersection point, what happens is 2 and 3 swap places. So in the original order, we had like going from top to bottom, we had 1, 2, 3, 4. And then going from top to bottom, we would have 1, 3, 2, 4. Now, here is the critical observation that is a little bit hard. It might be like hard to believe, but when you do the swap and you swap 2 points, in this order.
Congratulations, Rutgers, by the way, on a dark green on problem F.
Is that what the applause was? Finally, problem F. I need more teams to solve F.
Yeah.
Let's talk about F later. I really like F.
All right.
Sorry.
We
Okay.
talked about the solution to A in the beginning of the stream, by the way. It was
Yeah.
the first one we talked about, Caleb.
Yeah, is pretty close to the beginning. Okay, so we drew this line segment from 2 to 3, and so as we cross from the red point to the blue point, we cross over the intersection point, and then the 2 and the 3 swap. Now the critical observation here is that when the 2 and the 3 swap, they're adjacent in the order.
Well, assuming there are no 3 collinear points.
So let's assume for simplicity there are no 3 collinear points.
Yeah.
Then do you agree that they are?
Then I agree, and we can kind of make there be no collinear points by shifting everything a very, very small amount.
So it turns out that there being a ton of collinear points does not matter. You can.
Well, you have to be careful, though.
You have to be careful, but you just have to be careful. That's it.
Well, yeah, but
Sorry.
I mean, that's very hard.
It's actually not that
because
hard.
It can be, right? Because you have to make sure when you process something, they are actually adjacent. Like if you have like A, B, and C, right? I don't know.
So
you process the
you have
shorter
to
things first.
You
or
tie break the sorting.
By what?
I would pull up my solution, but I remember it being you tie break by the lower of the points.
By Y?
You tie break by the lower Y value and then by the higher Y value. So when you process them in that order, what happens is you basically imagine that point 4. Imagine that point 4 was collinear with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And point 4 was the lowest point among that set.
Yeah, when we say collinear, just so people understand, what we're talking about is if you have several lines that intersect at exactly this point. Now it's the order of them can get met, because what we're doing is swapping adjacent things, right? But when you do this, you have all of these things, you have the same dotted line a bunch of times for each of these pairs. And the problem is that if 2 of these things aren't next to each other when you swap them, things can get in a weird order.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, but it's just, you gotta be really careful.
Yeah, so you just have to be careful when you're sorting it. So in my solution, if I remember correctly, the initial sort is by Y coordinate. And in the constraints, there's a very important constraint that says that all Y coordinates are unique.
Oh. Okay. So that's yeah, all right.
So if all Y coordinates are unique, you can uniquely, there is a unique ordering at negative infinity.
And at positive infinity.
But actually positive infinity doesn't matter because it's 0.
Yeah, but eventually.
Yeah. Now, because there is a unique order at negative infinity, when you start sweeping from negative infinity, you know exactly what the order is, so you can order your events so that you always end up with them being adjacent.
That is pretty cool. Yeah, the tricky part about this, or at least one of the tricky parts, is that everyone who's used to this sort of idea, they probably have hackpack for this, and it's I don't know, in my opinion, very difficult to do this all the way around the circle with tie breaks. I don't know. Maybe it's doable. I just have to think more about it. Good investment in time, probably.
Yeah, this is. I like this problem a lot. I consider it to be fairly light on the geometry and heavier on the data structures, although there's not really a data structure here. The main thing is you have to just get the sort order correct.
Yeah.
In a lot of geometry problems, they explicitly forbid 3 collinear points because it can either be ambiguous or it gets really annoying. But in this problem, we explicitly permit collinear points. I don't know if we probably don't have a sample that has that. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Well, you have exactly one sample for this problem.
Okay, yeah.
Which you have a picture of.
Oh, yeah, we have a picture for the sample. Yeah, okay, I remember now. But yeah,
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's cool. The tricky part, or I don't know. There's a lot of tricky parts of this problem, but one of the fun things is if you do prevent collinear points, how do you check them?
You have to check them. Oh, the way that you can check them is pretty easy. So you just fix a point, and then you draw rays to every other point. Or
Oh
lines to
yeah,
every point.
it's easy for yeah. The real question is, I guess, if you want like something where the intended is n log n, checking them can be tricky.
Yeah.
Like if you want 10 to the 5th points and you check for collinear points.
Yeah, in 2015, we had a geometry problem in our regional where n was like 10 to the 5, and the input validator took the most time of everything. It was
Yeah.
a little unfun.
All right, you mentioned earlier you want to take a look at problem F, Nick. Let's
Yeah,
open
Magic
that
Bean.
up. Magic Bean. It's a cool.
Yeah, so it's
here.
based on this fidget toy. So
Fidget spinner.
yeah, so if you look at the left, you see this toy, and basically the way that it works is you can spin each of these, like you can see little gears that kind of stick out, and so you can spin them, and when you spin them, like the balls will sort of move accordingly.
Oh wait, does this middle thing rotate too?
Yeah, the middle thing rotates. So
Oh,
on the
cool.
right, you can see exactly sort of how it rotates.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So basically, if you rotate the right thing, or the center circle, like in a circle, like one rotation clockwise, all the ones move like to the next circle clockwise.
Whereas the 3s are
in index
basically.
preserving order.
Oh no, to the next one.
Yeah. So this one,
Yeah.
so like the ones will rotate clockwise, the 2s rotate clockwise, the 3s rotate clockwise, and so on.
Yeah.
And so this problem is pretty simple to describe. You're given a scrambled state. So someone actually scrambled it and did at most 240 moves. You have to basically reverse it. You have to figure out you have to get back to the solved state in at most 240 moves. You don't have to find the shortest solution, just any solution in at most 240 moves.
240 is an oddly small bound, I gotta say. So the first thing I would do is be like, how many states are reachable?
So,
Is it a lot?
So the
Like
way
if you write a brute force, or what does it show you?
the way that we phrase the problem is a little bit deceptive. We say that the job is to solve the puzzle, and that the way that it was scrambled by doing at most 240 random moves. The reality is that every state is reachable.
Yeah, I mean likely, but like it's the same thing with Rubik's cubes, right? You can probably reach every Rubik's cube state in like 12 moves. or something.
No. Like, sorry, when I say every state, I mean you can arbitrarily put like 10 orange balls in any of the 30 places,
Yeah.
10 gray balls in any of the 30 places, and the red balls elsewhere, and then you can get to any state. For a Rubik's
In
cube,
240 moves.
yeah, any
Yeah,
state.
okay.
But in a Rubik's cube, if you arbitrarily assign colors to the
Faces,
squares,
it might not be solvable?
It might not be solvable. You have parity issues. But in this one, we
So you have like, sorry.
yeah, we explicitly do not say every state is solvable. We just say you are given a state that was reachable in 240.
So do you know 30 choose 10?
30 choose 10 is big.
How big? What are we
Like
talking?
30 million?
30 million? So there are 30 million times 30 million
It's
possible, or 30 million times.
It's 30
20
choose 10
choose
times
10.
20 choose
Yeah.
10. There
So
are a lot of states.
There are a lot. Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of states, but every single possible state that you can generate is solvable, and the judges.
And sorry, does a move, is it twisting one thing one or twisting it as many times as you'd like?
A move is you pick a thing and you pick how far you want to spin it. So
Okay, gotcha.
So in the sample output 2, we do 2 moves, and even though the second one is technically like distance 2, it's only counted as 1 move.
So it seems like the real tricky thing that you want to be able to do is swap 2 things in adjacent circles, right? If you can swap this element here and this element here, then you're pretty much set.
Yes.
As long as you can do it fast enough.
Yeah, that's the key to this problem. And it takes a little bit of discovery to figure it out, but I can short circuit. I can give a hint, or I can tell like the movement, and then I'll leave the details as an implementation exercise.
Well, I think it's also interesting to know how many moves you're allowed to do that. Like, Like
Yeah.
how many times are you gonna have to move something between circles in the worst case?
So in my solution, I have a proof that my solution is 180 moves,
Or
and
less,
in
yeah.
practice we couldn't even find 120. Who solved? Did MIT solve or no? Illinois solved A.
Oh, that's a lot. So every team has now solved a problem. Congratulations, Illinois Institute of Technology. They, I believe, hang on, let me double check this, but I believe every member of their team is from a different country. It's true. It's a true fact.
I'm very glad that Illinois Institute of Tech solved the problem. I promised multiple people that every team would be able to solve a problem. So if that didn't happen,
It's not really a promise you yourself can maintain, but
yeah. Well, I was. It was like, yeah. The judges were like, "Do you think every team can solve at least one problem?" And I'm like, "Yes, I hope?" Question mark.
yeah.
And it's happened. So I've done my duty.
Well done. Yeah.
Um,
Can we take a look at the scoreboard here? I guess that might be interesting to see. We have it up. All right. So we have 4 teams with 8 and a bunch more with 7. My prediction of 7 is looking eerily accurate, I gotta say.
Oh yeah, in the coaches room, I was talking to all the coaches, and everyone is like, "Why is there such a big wall at 7?" And I was like,
Like from 7 to 8?
"Yeah, there's a really big wall from 7 to 8. Like 7 is pretty accessible, but 8 is pick your poison. You have implementation in B, implementation in C, observations in E, this like constructive circular thing in F, geometry in K, and very, very hard geometry in L. So
Rutgers, too. Rutgers with the early F submit is kind of out there.
I wonder if anyone on Rutgers solves Rubik's Cubes, because we had one of our judges is really big on Rubik's Cubes, and he looked at this and was like, "Oh, this is like."
Rutgers'
yeah.
3 favorite words are true, facts, and correct. These are the words they say most. Also, one of their team members, Thomas, knows how to do the Scarlet Police stance. Do you have any idea what that is?
Nope.
I was looking it up. Apparently, it's very similar to the DDR stuff.
Oh boy.
I thought maybe you would know, as it's anime related too.
I see.
And then there's a third one, who is a triplet and a competitive cyclist. Third member of the team.
Wow.
Lots of fun stuff from them.
Lots of yeah, I found that competitive programmers have they often have like really like cool and niche hobbies that I've like never heard of, and they're also like really deep into that. Like mine is Dance Dance Revolution.
Yep.
Like that's sort of I have this problem in my life where it's like Dance Dance Revolution, programming contests, like pick half of them to focus on some of the time. So like the past month has been like programming contests, and then I'm gonna like go back to San Francisco, and I'm gonna like drop contests for
Just focus on dancing.
a month. Yeah, there are a couple events that are coming up, or a couple like online events that I'm gonna participate in.
Well, University of Virginia, they share an interest with me. Their team mascot is the squash from Plants vs. Zombies. Plants vs. Zombies, incredible music, I gotta say. One of my favorite. I was listening to it on the way here.
Nice.
So,
Yeah.
great songs.
I heard that during the practice session, they tried to draw like ASCII art of a squash, and our chief judge saw the
Oh,
squash.
that's what it was. I had no idea.
He saw the squash and was like, "Why did you send me ASCII art of Idaho?" And yeah, that was a
It
conversation.
was like a little lopsided, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
like was not quite symmetric.
But it definitely, I didn't think it looked like Idaho at all. But he was convinced it was the state of Idaho.
Well, yeah, they have a little stuffed squash on their table, I think. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
Okay. We got an empty queue and 10 minutes before the freeze. Do you want to explain what happens in the freeze, Nick?
Yes. So the scoreboard freeze happens at the 4-hour mark. So this is a 5-hour competition. But at the 5-hour mark, the teams won't actually know what the final
Ooh,
results
can we take a look
are.
at MIT? They just submitted to F. Wrong answer.
I'm gonna peek at their submission here.
I want to see their reaction.
They failed the samples. They're not.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. They're smarter than me, but still.
They're not gonna know that they failed the samples. Like there's no like on Code Forces, people like you get like wrong answer test case 1, like they tell you the test number, but they just get wrong answer. So they actually fail the sample.
I'm this magic bean problem.
Yeah, and the sample, the first sample is literally like so your starting state is the thing on the left, and you can just like rotate it. We're not showing the screen.
There you go.
So it's the configuration on the left, and you can solve it by rotating the center like counterclockwise. So that's what the C2 operation is.
Yeah, but like the thing here is like, if like their solution is very likely they find two things in different rings and swap them, right? But like, so what they're doing is not one move. What they're doing is probably 100 moves or something.
Yeah, their output on the sample was 66 moves.
And it's like, who wants to check that by hand?
Yeah. So what they should do, what they're going to do almost certainly, if I was in MIT's spot, what I would do is I would write the like actual validator logic. Mm-hmm. So I would go through and just straight up validate on the sample that it like did the right thing. I'm willing to bet that they didn't do it because, well, actually I don't know why. Well, I guess I don't care about penalty, so who knows. But if you care about penalty, you definitely write a slow validator on your own and then run it, because that'll take you less than 20 minutes.
Oh, and now they're submitting again to F. They may have found a bug.
All right.
Another wrong answer. Is it also on samples?
Let me see. You got this for 8 more minutes at the scoreboard freeze. Well, I still need to go back to explain the scoreboard freeze, but it looks like did they change anything? They think that their output formatting is wrong,
but it's not.
Well, no. So what happened was the validator said that it just spat out an incorrect state. So changing the formatting doesn't change that.
Yeah.
So they just this is actually interesting. I would have just. I mean, yeah.
Can we take a look at University of Maryland too? They're in 4th place. Colin Galen, someone was asking earlier, is from Maryland. So they're probably pretty well known. Colin's a good friend of mine.
They're also really big on Code Forces because Colin streams a lot. He's been advertising that, and he wrote a couple blog posts about his time in Luxor.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bit of a soft spot for
And MIT just got problem F.
Okay.
Holy cow.
UCSD with a submission on C?
Nice of them to have done that before the submission here. It doesn't look like we're quite able to see them, but we can hear them, it sounds like.
Okay, UCSD is on C. It looks like they got it.
And they got C, so another, moving up to 8. Yeah, so it might be 8 to metal and 7 to
it's definitely
qualify.
8 to metal. It's definitely 8 to metal at this point because 5 teams have 8, so there's only one more spot. And I would be very surprised if none of the teams below can get to 8.
Maryland,
hour.
Maryland is doing great here, I gotta say.
All right, I have 6 minutes left to explain the scoreboard freeze.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so recapping, we have a 5-hour contest. The results are not known at the end of the 5 hours, besides like me. Like I'll know the results, but I have been told I cannot share them on stream. At the 4-hour mark, all submission verdicts will only be shared with the contestants. So if MIT submits a problem at 4 hours and 1 second, we will see that they submitted, and every other team will see that they submitted. But only MIT will know the verdict. So MIT will know if they get like accepted or wrong answer or whatever, but everyone else will only see this blue pending. And so it'll be a mystery to everyone else whether they solved it or not. And then that's when this like resolver comes into effect. So at the resolver, when the resolver runs, they will show all of the submissions and then they will evaluate them and everyone will get to see, did MIT actually solve that problem or not? And they'll do this for every single submission that happened after the 4-hour mark.
Northwestern University just got problem H. That's their 5th problem. And funnily enough, before this contest, 2/3 of their team had apparently never solved a CP problem and also didn't even have a Code Forces account. So they're either being carried really hard by their 3rd member or just they're learning quick.
I think I talked with So there are a couple of teams here that I believe do not subscribe to the idea of using code forces. Like I think Brigham Young, I think they actually don't have anyone on code forces either.
Nonsense.
They do all their training. If you go on Caddis and you look up like top universities, I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah.
Brigham Young, I think, is like top like 10 or 20 in universities now. Like they do all their training on Caddis.
You know what Georgia Tech doesn't subscribe
They're
to?
17.
They're 17th on Caddis?
Yeah, Brigham
There you
Young
go.
is 17 on Caddis. Like they're really serious about their practice.
You know what Georgia Tech doesn't subscribe to, though?
Nope.
Meeting their coach.
Oh.
Before NAC, they had never met their coach in person. Did it for the first time here.
Oh, I think it's well. I mean, to be fair, their coach is their coach is like doing a PhD not in Georgia. Like
Not in
got
Georgia
moved-
Tech?
I mean, he was at Georgia Tech, but then he moved to Waterloo to do
Oh, I
his
see.
PhD
Gotcha.
his I think his advisor also moved. So yeah.
Stanford's got a wrong answer on B. We got some
Hey,
wrong
my
answers
alma
on
mater.
M, too.
Yeah, I should be paying closer attention to Stanford, but I'm not.
Among the 3 members in Stanford, the closest 2 of them were born over 7,000 kilometers away. That's over like 4,000 miles, which is bigger than the distance between New York and California. If you're
Yeah,
familiar with the United
I
States, that's like
believe-
the entire distance of the U.S.
I believe their team composition, there's someone, I think one person was born in India, one person was born in Taiwan, and then someone else was born somewhere in the U.S.
I think in Canada, if
Canada,
I remember
okay.
correctly from yesterday, yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, okay.
I don't remember exactly where, but we were taking bets on whether if you drew a triangle between those 3 on the Earth, if it would go around the North Pole. And it sounded like it would either go around or like over it.
3D geometry still gives me nightmares.
Especially on a
so
sphere.
I do not. Oh my god, I have so many 3D geometry problems in my queue to solve. I don't even want to talk. I don't want to think about it.
Nick, earlier we were talking about geography
Oh god.
on Earth, where things were in Canada. We got another geography question for you. Dakota State University.
Oh god, no.
What state do you think that is in?
Oh no. I'm gonna say something.
What about
completely
chat?
different.
Without looking it up, what state is Dakota State University in?
What regional are they in? Wait, I don't actually know what regional they're in.
I'll give you a hint. It's either North Dakota or South Dakota.
Oh, they're North Central. Okay, I'm gonna say North because I said North Central.
It is south. There, if you Google it or if you look it up on DuckDuckGo, there's also a North Dakota State, I think, or something. But this is Dakota State University, which is in South Dakota.
All right. Well,
Their team formed last minute because none of them had a teammate, and they just combined together. Quite a good team, though. They're able to make it to North American Championships.
Yeah, it is. It is very competitive to make the North America Championship. Like, it. So, time for another history lesson.
Yep.
I think I was like starting with this and then got derailed a bit. So the very first iteration of what we would now call NAC was in 2012. In 2012, there was the University of Chicago Invitational Programming Contest. And so that ran for 2 years in Chicago. They flew everyone into Chicago. They flew all the North America World Finals teams in. This was when doing well at regionals sent you directly to World Finals. They would send like the 20 or however many NA teams to Chicago, and they would do a World Finals contest. Then it moved online due to, I think, cost reasons, just because it's expensive to run these events.
Yeah.
And so then it got rebranded as the North America Invitational Programming Contest, and then that ran for like 6 years until 2019. And then in 2020, we have the actual current North America Championship. And so that's been, running for 5 years. But since the North America Championship started, now regionals moves in, like, doing well at regionals doesn't send you straight to World Finals. It sends you to NAC. So now a lot of teams that beforehand were like, we're never making it to World Finals, now they have something to aim for. And it's really nice to see that teams are trying really hard to get to NAC.
We got another wrong answer from Cornell here on problem M. Cornell, their 3 team members arrived 3 days late, apparently, because they had graduation. They had graduation earlier this week, so congratulations to them on being successful in school.
All right. And so
You also
can-
may hear the announcement here. We're at the 4-hour mark, and this submission from Illinois Institute of Technology is unfortunately not going to be resolved for the rest of contest. We'll be able to see that submissions happen, but we won't be able to see their results. Maybe most interestingly is UBC just submitted a problem L. They're in second place. This would give them 9 problems if they got it right, but only they will know whether that happened until the scoreboard reveal after the contest.
Yeah, I have now closed all of my confidential tabs. I am saying this on stream so my boss doesn't fire me. He was very adamant. He was like, do not leak any scoreboard things after the freeze. And I was like, okay, you got it. I will make sure I do this.
Nick is also a judge, so
Yeah.
he has top secret
I don't know if you
information that
can,
most of us don't.
There's no way they can see this, but it says
Oh,
literally
they
says
can.
judge.
We're full screen here.
Yeah, it says judge.
I'm ICPC Live, just a cutout.
Yeah. Now I'm like nostalgic talking about all this like random history. I wish I actually knew more about ICPC history, but I don't know how many old timers we have that could tell us. Maybe we need to find Bill Poucher and get him on stream for a bit. But Bill's very important, and everyone wants to talk to him.
Someone's guess for which Dakota's Dakota State University and was not Dakota, obviously.
Yeah.
It's tricky. If you're not from the United States, Dakota sounds like it would be a state, but it's not. It's like North and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Unlike Virginia, which is a state.
Yeah, I think it's also it gets confusing because you have stuff like, so you have like the University of California, like Irvine or Riverside or Berkeley or UCL or Los Angeles, and then you have like California State University, which is just fundamentally different.
It's true. It's true. Speaking of UC schools, UC Santa Cruz, one of their teammates has the world record for a category in Tetris called, let me read this, J-Estris. I don't know how to say that. J-Stris? Gestris? Gestris 20, sorry, which is the maximum number of consecutive T spins without dying. I imagine that's if you have the T Tetris thing, the number of times you can spin that. I know if you have an infinite number of T things, I don't think at least you can tessellate with just T's.
Well, you can make a 4x4, but
No, T's are too tall, right?
if you make
Tetrises are 5
I
pieces.
think you can tessellate the grid with T's in a 4. If you have a 4x4 square, you can tile 4 T's inside by just like rotating.
The
and-
T's aren't they too tall though?
I'm pretty sure you can tessellate them with a
Oh, a
Yeah.
T is no. Tetris is 4. Okay, I don't know.
yeah. So you can make it. I'm pretty sure you can make a 4x4 because you just like take this, you like rotate left,
Here?
and then you like, yeah, like it's
guess-
rotationally symmetric, right? Like I'm certain this works. Maybe you have to draw it out to live it. I'm pretty sure it works.
To trust you. So you do this here. You want one underneath it too.
Yeah, so you put you finish you
Let's-
complete this one.
People probably want to see what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
So this one, then we have this here. Oh wait, no.
No, so
Too
it's
much room.
this is the start of it. Yeah. So you
Like this here. That's what you're talking about.
sure that works too, and then you put a T like that.
Like this.
Yeah. And you go up, down.
Oh, it does work.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then you do that.
So is the grid? What is the Tetris grid? What's the size
It's
of the Tetris
10.
grid?
It's 10 wide.
Ah, but you can. So that leaves you 2 extra columns, right? So you could just
Yeah.
stack 4 blocks, and then you could just do the T here. and you would
But-
probably live.
No, it
Wouldn't you?
doesn't. It doesn't work. I think
It should work.
I think it doesn't tessellate. Actually, this is really easy. Tetris.
Yeah. Because you could just do this next time.
No, but then you have like this piece,
And then you clear this row and this row.
but then you have like the bottom right. You have like this like checkerboard thing where like the checkerboard.
Oh,
goes
because you
out.
have this and then this.
Yeah.
But you can clear this though, right?
No, but then the stack gets higher. Well, so
Someone
at
who's a Tetris pro in chat can tell us. Can you live with just T's in Tetris?
I'm looking up Tetris playing forever.
I mean, it's possible to play forever, but we went with just T's.
I think just T's. I feel like the answer is no.
I know there are definitely series that you can get where it's just impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna get distracted here. This is not a priority. Back to the contest. Looks like we got lots of submits here. Georgia Tech on M. So one strat. Ooh, and MIT on B. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Possibly for
we'll
10?
see.
Someone named TES says yes. I feel like they have the authority to tell us.
I think TES, and I just think.
Oh,
top
this is an
esports.
answer to if all the UC schools are somehow related. They're all from the same region, right? At the very least.
No. So Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley is from Pacific Northwest, and all the other ones are Southern California.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Although there is a rumor. There is a rumor that they will be collaborating on problem setting next.
They have in the past, usually, right?
No, SoCal has never collaborated with any region.
Oh.
Not at least like historically. That's a little late, but that's okay. What is Harvard doing right now? We don't have access to that, I believe.
You can see them from this picture, then you can tell.
So what happened? So, to be more precise about the scoreboard freeze, what the scoreboard freeze makes it sound like the only thing that is restricted is the ability to see the verdicts of other teams. Now, beforehand, like there was the split screen, and I believe the split screen now is also gone. So when we say like we don't want other teams to be able to see the results, we also are hiding that from the public. So there is a theoretical side channel where a team just keeps the scoreboard open on their computer screen, and then they can try to leak it via the split screen. So during the scoreboard freeze, not only are the verdicts not shared, we also lose access to all of the team viewing. So you can no longer see the screens of the contestants, and you can no longer see their webcams either, I believe.
yeah, basically we just want it to be. We want the scoreboard reveal to be exciting, right? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Shortly after the contest, everyone's going to talk. They're all going to say like, oh, we solved these problems or not. Probably not MIT. MIT is probably going to be coy about it. But it's MIT. We'll see what happens. Which problems have we not talked about? I believe we haven't talked about C or E.
I think that's. I'm just looking through to see if there are any other interesting ones here.
Nah, C and E are the only ones we haven't talked about, and E is probably the most interesting, so we should do C next.
The least interesting one.
We should do C first.
Have people ready. Put them on in suspense. Okay. Comparator. Many programming languages let you define custom comparators, such as Kotlin or Java, even. I mean, probably most, to be honest. Anything where you can sort.
Yeah.
Iffy is a programming language where the only programs are functions intended to be comparators. Crazy. Did you guys make this language up yourself?
So I believe the author just kind of did whatever.
Okay.
I think he just tried to make up something like vaguely thematic.
These functions operate on bit strings called words. Words are one index strings starting with I'm going to index my string starting with the rightmost character. To write a function on two words in Iffy, the programmer writes a series of if statements. Each if statement chooses a bit from the first word, a bit from the second word, and evaluates some expression on those bits. If it's 1, the function immediately returns the specified value. Otherwise, execution falls through to the next if statement, if not returning anything. The syntax of each if statement is AB expression R, where A specifies the bit of the first word, B the bit of the second word, an expression using variables x and or y, and R is the value 0 or 1, returned from the function if it evaluates to 1. So if the first thing, then return this, basically.
Yeah.
So let's look at an example. So, a lot of statements. So if this is true, return 1. If it's false, do the next thing. At Meta, these are basically called gatekeepers. But yeah, we have a similar sort of thing. So for this is so index 1 of the first, index 1 of the second. If this is true for them, then return 0. And you have to return, what do you output?
So what happens is,
What is your
so these are,
reflection?
so what happens is when you plug in X or Y, like values like X and Y, what happens is, so you evaluate the comparator for a specific bit in both of the values. So if we go back to the example, like the first one is we take the first bit from X and then the second bit from Y, and we evaluate the condition with those
Y the
bits.
second, or the first bit from Y, right?
Sorry, yeah. First bit from X, or first bit from A, first bit from B. The first bit from A
Is
gets
X.
relabeled to X. The first bit, or no, like the bit from B is converted
Y.
to Y.
Yep.
And then you evaluate this condition, and then if the condition evaluates, you say 1 or 0. And so now what happens is, so you can just compute the function like f of a b for all a and b from, in the problem it's like 2 or 0 to 2 to the k minus 1.
And how big is K? 2?
10. K is 10.
Up to 10. Okay.
Yeah. And so now if you scroll up a little bit, say on this page. So now we want to compute, like, we say that like values are, like a value x is good if like f of x, x is 0.
So something should be equal to itself for every number up to like 1024.
Yeah, and then we have this like symmetry thing. So if f of xy is 1, then f of yx is 0. So we're trying to have this like function that is given as input to be a comparator. So
Oh,
we
so
want
this
to
is
check
like
that it's
less than,
reflexive.
basically.
Yeah. So we want to check that it's less than. We want to check if this is transitive. So does the less than like travel through, basically? And so what we're trying to count is the number of violations of each of these conditions.
Okay, and then how long can an expression be? The
10 to
total
the
the
sixth.
total length is 10 to the 6th.
And there are most 2 times 10 to the 5 statements.
Yeah. So if each expression is 20 long, that seems like it might be a little easier. The hard part is, I guess, if they're shorter, right? Like if some are shorter and then one's really long.
Yeah. So it turns out, so because the length can be really long, you can just have one really long segment.
Yeah.
You have to implement a linear time parse. You have to do the parsing in linear time.
I guess that's not really too bad though.
Yeah, you can do. This is like a well-known problem.
Like
there's,
parsing it into a tree.
I think most of us
then
just
evaluating?
did like shunting yard or like similar parsing algorithms that work in linear time.
Okay.
But yeah, the parsing in linear time is not actually the hard part. The problem is that you cannot naively brute force f for all values. You can't just say like, oh, I'll let a be 0 and b be 0. What's the value of f? And then like, what's f of 0, 1? And then what's f of 0, 2?
Yeah, because you can't evaluate this 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And it's more than that too, even, right? Because you care about what you are and what the other person is.
Yeah.
You can't just sort them either, because you care about.
You have to process them
Presumably?
in that order.
Sorry.
Or you have to process them in that order. So sorting, there's no need to sort, I think.
So this.
So you always evaluate this condition first, and if that condition evaluates correctly, then you like had one. Otherwise,
Oh
you
yeah,
evaluate
yeah,
this
I see. So you're given the set of rules. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So this problem is, I think the way that I would describe the difficulty of this problem is I think that this problem is easier than it looks. There's a little bit of like obfuscation and then a little bit of effort required, but then you kind of have a solution.
UIUC is solving or attempting to solve it at least.
Yeah, I think we had, how many teams did we have before stream? We had 4 teams solve it before freeze. UIUC has tried it. There'll probably be, I don't know, somewhere in the range of like 5 to 10 solves, 4 to 10, I guess. Maybe no one gets it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna talk about ideas.
Yeah. So okay. So the first thing to note is that n being big is kind of a scam. Like like when I say it's a scam, what I mean is that not every line is useful. Like there are some lines where you are guaranteed that you never care about that line. Like that line will never be evaluated, and
In
you can
fact,
prove that.
yeah. In fact, n is only 1024 lines at the very most would ever matter.
It's actually lower than that. It's 4K squared.
4K squared?
Yeah. So the reason that's 4K squared is consider the 4 tuple like A index, A value, B index, B value. So A index and B index.
Wait. Can these not be arbitrarily complex?
They can be.
Oh, wait. It was just X and Y.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what happens is
Yeah.
when a line evaluates, you basically take one of these 4 tuples of A index, A value, B index, B value, and that is now like determined. So you can just look at, so you can iterate over each of these segments in turn, and then for a given A index, B index pair, if all of the 4 values like are already evaluated earlier for this one, and this one could evaluate, then you can just delete
result.
it. You just delete it.
Okay.
Because it will never evaluate to true because it always gets short-circuited by something earlier.
Yeah.
So the n bound is actually 4K squared.
Okay.
So that's
Wait,
observation
for
one.
YK squared? Sorry.
It's K squared because you have K choices of index for first, K choices of index for second, 2 choices of the value for each, and 2
Oh,
choices
yeah,
of
because
for
you
each.
can pick different. I forgot. You can pick different for the different two. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So now let's. I'm gonna quickly rush through the rest of the solution because I'm getting the
Sure.
the wave.
Yeah.
Now, so now you can do the evaluation naively, with the reduced segment set. The moment you see something, you short circuit.
Yeah.
And then so the final step is now you have these like functions and you do this comparison. This is a little bit cheeky. 2 to the 10 is a little bit too big for n cubed, but you can use bit sets.
Oh no.
You can use everyone's favorite bit set.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to all the bit set memes now.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I'm gonna
Sounds good. Yeah.
swap out and we're gonna
We'll take a
be
quick
right
break
back.
and be right back. Yeah.
and welcome back to Livestream. I'm here with one of my dearest guests for NIC Livestreams. Please meet Andrei Ivanov,
Yep.
Senior Vice President for Research, Education and Investment at JetBrains. Andrei, I'm so happy to have you here. I think this is one of the most enjoyable traditions of NIC for me, and I'm Lydia Perovska, I'm ICPC Live Director, so I'm very happy to be here with you now in front of the camera rather than behind it. And I think this is often something that happens with our wonderful partners and sponsors as well, who spend most of the time just a little bit hidden behind the scenes, probably just welcoming everyone here and there at the opening and the closing, but in fact helping with so many things. We're so happy to have you here, Andrei. Are you enjoying your time at NIC?
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. And also today I think I had a picture with all first problem solvers, mostly MIT.
Oh my.
So.
A lot of fun social media content. Shameless plug at this point. If you're interested to look at some of the MIT team reaction videos, visit YouTube ICPC North America. You'll be able to see a lot of their emotions here and there. You will not be able to see Andrei in the background of these pictures because it still takes us a few minutes to deliver the balloon. And so pictures of our wonderful sponsors together with First to Solvers will appear just a little bit later on the official gallery website. What else was fun for you to do during these days? Because there's been plenty of events, some with coaches, some with contestants, programming camp as well. What was the most interesting part specifically for you?
It is always interesting to talk to people. So we had some interesting conversation after the Bill give a talk to the coaches and RCDs, and also our own colleague made the presentation as well. So the conversation is interesting, and I always like to watch the contest. I'm kind of root for some of the teams.
Okay, so who are your favorites for today?
MIT, well.
You like to root for the team that is a clear favorite?
I
Doesn't
didn't
it feel
know
like
the
a little
clear-
bit of a cheating?
First of all, I root for MIT for quite a while, and second, I didn't know the clear favorite because, as we both know, in finals they were not so successful, especially the second part of the competition.
Yeah, this one a little complicated.
Yeah, so I didn't know that, and actually in the beginning it was not clear because Illinois, I think,
Urbana-Champaign, yep.
didn't have any first solve, but they were on the first.
They
Slide
did
anyway.
excellent. MIT recently submitted problem L, as we are now in the
really?
freeze time. Obviously, like we don't know the verdict. We're not really like trying to eavesdrop or keep a close attention on them on camera, but I think there is some like body language definitely going on. And they have also just submitted problem B. So
yeah, problem
they
B they
work on a
were
lot of
trying
things.
before. They were trying problem B.
Yeah.
Then there was the first to solve problem F on the other side, and they like probably decided it's a good idea to solve the problem F2. They did, and then they get back to B. It's how it looked like to me from.
Have you had a
from the
chance to chat with MIT teams or maybe any other
No.
teams that you find significant
No,
during the career fair? Because yesterday was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. It was a wonderful experience where all the partners were just right near the other, and we were able to. It's a circular hall of the Student Union in UCF, and so it's actually a great venue where you see how students are just walking around to have everyone on their list to check out the wonderful merch everyone brought. And I'm a huge fan of JetBrains pins.
Oh yeah.
So I have a pretty respectable collection, and I hope contestants
Do you
from
have the
today
new one
do.
for AI?
No, but
We-
I would
we
like
should.
to say that I really appreciate how with the whole AI boom and in general with AI activities, JetBrains found AI within its name. And I think this was incredibly smart from the branding perspective. I hope our contestants also appreciated that very creative part. Another cool thing about NAC specifically is, well, it's obviously not the first year we're running NAC, and as Nick already told us, there is a pretty long story
It's
going
fifth,
back
right?
to 2012. It's the initial
No.
originating event where the idea of having all the teams from North America together first was implemented, and then and then it turned into a real full-on championship level event. And now all the regions in the world followed. This season, I'm sorry, I have to clarify. This season means the season that advances teams to the World Finals Astana that happens this September. So in this specific competitive season that we have, we finally have championship level event at every region. How many of them were you able to attend?
Oh, in Europe, the second one I met, attended, but not any other.
Inaugural European Championship is, surprisingly very similar in scale and size. I'm very happy that the size that, once again, NAC initially figured out of 50 teams was wonderfully implemented then in Prague as well.
Yeah.
Do you feel any significant differences or any interesting similarities between events in North America and events in Europe? Even though they are similar in scale, but very different in student body, maybe.
In North America, they looked like something that happens for many years already. Because even in Orlando, it is the third competition in a row. So everything is well organized, everything is clear. In Europe, it was a nice feeling of the first event of its kind.
Right.
It was probably not that good organized, but yeah, it was cool as well. Also, the NAC, it looks like a small version of a final. Because, there's just less team, but about the same story.
Exactly.
But I think that Europe will be there soon enough. Probably the next championship, it will be already as good as NAC. I like NAC. NAC was actually in 2020, it was a competition. The first one level higher than the Russian regionals, which I attended. And at that time, JetBrains was thinking whether we want to continue to work together with ICPC or not. And it was the first time I met Bill and Nika, and actually this was the moment we decided that we definitely will continue to do that. So NAC is important for me.
Yeah, and it also gives this wonderful opportunity of communicating with, both students and coaches when everything is a little more chill, in a sense. I think this is also one of the consequences of having multiple World Finals in a year, where World Finals event in itself feels like a very intense experience. It's something where I don't know about every minute, but definitely every hour of your time is very specifically scheduled. I can definitely vouch for that from organizer side, but I'm sure students feel the same this way as well. And I'm not trying to say that it's bad or unfortunate. It's wonderful that, once again, multiple sponsors and partners want to share their knowledge. We're bringing in ICPC alumni, and it's in general a very fulfilling experience, but also somewhat of, maybe a little scary and an intense one. Whereas North America Championship is, I'd say, one of the friendliest and welcoming, and it just makes sure that you have plenty of time to enjoy time with your friends, enjoy going out for coffee or doing a boba break. We've been going to a boba place literally every day this week, and I think that's an excellent tradition. I hope that our contestants are also following something like this. Do you feel something similar?
Going to have your battery out soon.
Yeah, happens all the time with me. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it was a feeling actually starting from 2020 in Atlanta, and it was one of the reasons why we decided that we want to continue. Because when you do it in the local regional level, especially when it's 3 days event, students think about one thing only, the competition. So they don't want to see these sponsors, recruiters, marketing materials, nothing. They just hate you. They want to concentrate on what they are here for. And it was a feeling because when we were back in Russia in some of the events, we felt like they want us to go as soon as possible. It is not the best feeling. And then in Atlanta, it was a week event, and there was the area available for students to chill, like game area, etc. And the booth of companies was there as well. And we were there talking to students the whole week. Actually, it was one of the best experience. Yeah, and after that, it was we make friends. Some of the people from some American universities we still in contact with. So it was good. Here in Orlando, by the way, we were talking about this with organizers, that we probably need more spaces which are permanent. Because the career fair, the main event to talk, it's short, it's a few hours. Yes, sure, you can talk to those students after that at the hotels, etc., but it's not exactly the same. But you are right about the vibe of this. The vibe is much more relaxing. In Luxor, it was also very hot. So there was an area to chill, but it was not chill there, like at all.
Well, I don't want to say that Orlando, Florida is a particularly chilly place. But then, once again, the vibe is just very welcoming. And if anyone of our spectators is, well, hesitating, should they try harder to get to North America Championship, I cannot persuade you hard enough. It's absolutely worth it.
I agree.
Have you had a chance to look through problems today?
Oh no, problems is not what I'm doing. Our guy who given a talk during the meeting, he did, and I haven't seen him since then, since the beginning. So I'm going to ask him in the evening how much did he solve. But
Yeah,
I didn't.
this is always a very good opportunity, so that it's not limited just to our contestants, but rather everyone can try their hand and make sure that our contestants are actually very knowledgeable and they have a lot of interesting skills to showcase. But also, you mentioned at the opening ceremony that you're happy to be at NAC because there is always a team that uses Kotlin.
Yeah, well, it is the same team through many years, but they're still here. Not all of them still using Kotlin. They are kind of moving out of there, but one of them is still doing that, so we still love them for this. By the way, speaking about Kotlin, let me use this opportunity to say that we have just recently completed the Kotlin Conf, and we announced Kotlin 2.0 and a lot of related things. Our goal is Kotlin multi-platform, so you can develop your application which is working on iOS, Android, web, and server-side on one language. Take a look. It's interesting stuff. I think that Keynote is already available, and all the other materials will be available soon enough too.
I can only agree with the idea of absolutely going in and checking out Kotlin Conf announcement, and one of the reasons for that being the software that we use for ICPC live broadcast is actually developed in Kotlin, and we've had huge success. Well, first of all, just in pure, proper architectural implementation of it, but also an excellent quality of a language, in my opinion, is the fact that those bachelor level students who may not have an outstanding amount of prior experience in software development are easily feeling comfortable when starting development in Kotlin or when joining an existing Kotlin-based project. And having that be true in more and more, well, not just languages, but rather the areas of application is wonderful. Because once again, these days, your computer science education is not that connected to your software engineering education. Because as soon as you're finished with algorithmical and data structural part that is so closely connected to ICPC, there's still so much work in figuring out how specific aspect of each specific language works. Whereas having one language to rule them all feels very nice. Even though, once again, obviously, it doesn't mean that you won't need to know anything about front-end developments if you're finally writing and compiling Kotlin to JS eventually. But that's a cool opportunity. Everyone is welcome, and yeah, we accept pull requests. So if there is a feature missing in ICPC live broadcast that you would like to see implemented, drop us a note.
And Kotlin is open source as well, so you can participate in development of the language, if you wish.
Kotlin Conf did not include any programming competitions just yet.
Good idea.
Right?
We probably have to
It's a fun entertainment in general, but I know that a lot of contestants participated in Kotlin Heroes. And so in general, there are plenty of online resources where people can apply their, well, existing problem-solving knowledge to also being able to just figure out how Kotlin works.
Yeah, and we are going to have more Kotlin heroes moving forward. So
Hey.
it is kind of
Is it
something
an official
I'm
announcement?
pushing. Not yet. I'm just pushing it, but well, eventually I will push it to something to happen. So.
Oh, it's great to have a teaser like this.
Yeah.
We know that students are not limited, like they're not encouraged to use one language or another during the contest, but it's not always true that solutions in Python exist. This is specifically for the reason that to run a Python solution, you're obviously using Python interpreter, and then it's just not as performant usually as ones for C++ and Java and Kotlin. But now with Kotlin multi-platform and Kotlin native direction,
we still
how do you feel about not always being able to solve those wonderful NAC problems in Kotlin?
Okay, we're still not there to compete with C in the performance side. So I think that there is a big way we should go before the whole floor will be using Kotlin. So far it is C++, but the good thing is that many of them using C-line to write in C++, so they're still happy.
Right. I hope that when we're finished with the event and we'll be able to do a proper recap, we'll actually get some more statistical information about the tool usage that our contestants use. So if you're curious or interested about a specific percentage, absolutely tune into our social networks and we'll be happy to share that with you. And a few years down the line, I think we'll compile Kotlin not into Java JVM based, but also into like a native code here. This will be an exciting time limit exceeded challenge for your developers.
My dream to have this available for contestants, but it's not exactly at the moment the company priority. So we're doing something there, but not strong enough.
Another
thing
always
I'm
very
gonna
excited
push.
to hear about. I think that like compiler research and development is a fascinating field that, well, obviously JetBrains is probably the company that knows the most in the whole world about how you are to build a proper compiler that will survive the test of time.
Yeah, at the moment we are in the rising of the artificial intelligence and LLMs and artificial intelligence writing software and code for you. So it is a kind of pivotal moment. We don't know which language will be used 10 years from now and if there will be any language used.
Well,
Except
we're definitely sure English will be used. And so for next NAC, as we are now closing to the end of the contest, we are just 20 minutes out. You mentioned that one of your colleagues took the problem statements and then never was seen again because he's gone solving problems. Well, I would like to propose you a challenge.
Okay, which
so for next NAC, I hope we see each other again in the same broadcast room.
We definitely will, yeah.
But I would like you to spend at least part of your time during the contest trying to solve these programming challenges using an LLM that is built into one of the JetBrains products. I think it would be a pretty impressive thing if you would have been able to beat one of your colleagues who would have just like straight up wrote these problems in a programming language.
Yeah, that sounds like cool exercise. Challenge accepted.
Yeah, deal. Well, see you next year, same place, same time. Very happy to have you here, Andrei. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, welcome back. We have a UCF student, alumni?
Yeah, alumni.
Alumni here. Member of the programming team for quite a while. This is Jacob Magnuson. He competed with me in World Finals.
2019.
And also in Luxor, right?
In Luxor, yes. And as well as Dhaka.
And Dhaka, yeah. Oh my
There's
goodness.
some
All over the
weird
place.
configurations, you know.
Yeah. So Jacob, from UCF, any fun stories you want to tell about the programming team or anything like that you remember?
Well, honestly, the programming team, the arc of just the competitive programming career, or of my competitive programming career specifically, has almost all been under the UCF banner, from like the high school period all the way up until just the final World Finals just this last April. It's astounding that it lasted as long as it did. But I don't know, UCF, fun stories would include like the very first competition that I ever did when I was just in my infancy of competitive programming. I was on a team with 2 seniors that had by themselves won UCF's high school programming competition the year before. And the year that I joined onto their team, we were able to also come in first place again at UCF's competition. And that, like, being carried by them through that competition, like, put the desire to, like, win again in just, like, you know, in my head. And once they graduated, we were going back to, like, the high school that I was at in Suncoast down in South Florida, like, kind of created an organization to sort of follow in their footsteps. And in those like first couple of contests, we were like constantly chasing the like a local rival in our state, which I don't know how many people in the current generation have their own
Spencer
rivals.
Compton, though?
Yeah, Spencer. Yeah, his name is Spencer Compton, IOI medalist and also multi-time world finalist. Was also present in Luxor as well, which was very cool. But like from the very beginning, just he was another graduate of UCF's Summer Institute and just worked with their team as well. So like a lot of local talent in Florida competing against each other.
UCF grows a lot of talent too. We've got a series of programming contests that we run. There's obviously locals, which is how students at UCF get selected for the programming team.
Yep.
There's the summer camp, which you mentioned. And then there's the programming team, which practices basically year long.
Yeah.
Invents a lot of cool stuff.
Right.
I heard LLM talk going on earlier. Do you remember when Andy used ChatGPT 2 back when it was a thing to try and evaluate problem statements?
Yes, evaluate problem statements, and also I believe trained it on all of the Codeforce's problem statements, not to just evaluate the statements, but also to try and like write some new problems.
So we had like, it had like all of the like attitudes about problem statements, like the types of things you would read. But ChatGPT obviously was not good, especially compared to what you see nowadays.
Yeah.
And it was like almost there, but not quite. And the questions were like good inspiration for potentially real questions.
Yeah.
But it was just like
funny fragments of like someone has been given an array for their birthday and someone is asking some question about the array. Just these like terms would come up and eventually it would degenerate into just some kind of nonsense. But
yeah.
Funny to see those like archetypes of like, oh, Vasya has been given an array, just like coming up in a number of the things it was generating.
I believe there's a Codeforces post about this by Xylonox, who is the current highest rated UCF competitor.
That's right.
I think he's not quite LGM, but very close.
Not quite, but has been IGM, may be right now, may not be, I'm not sure.
Oh,
I think
IGM,
has made IGM and has come back before, has not quite made LGM, but is on the precipice and is competing right now.
Exactly. Anything that you would tell the UCF team if you could give them a few words right now?
I would tell them to remember their training, stay calm, remember the basics, remember to test a lot of cases.
Even the n=1 case.
Even the n=1 case, min plus 1. Yeah, a lot of the practice that like I did in the interim between our first go in Porto and ultimate return to World Finals was like kind of remembering the fundamentals when things kind of go astray in contests is like actually I think a super underrated component of the contests, because like when things go wrong, the access that you have to like all of the skills that you've developed can sometimes be clouded, and so like making sure that you're able to kind of cut through that and prepare for things to go wrong and like kind of know what your head's going to do so you can kind of stay out of the depths is important in making sure that you like stick to the fundamentals, like testing small cases.
Yeah. For sure. That's something that we probably could have done better in Porto. But we learned over time.
Yeah, and continuing to communicate with your teammates, even like when things are going wrong for you and things are going wrong for them, and just kind of like remembering that you're there to just solve problems and support each other is super vital.
Also, just a shout out to anyone who's in high school considering colleges. UCF is a very great place, especially if you're into competitive programming.
Absolutely.
There's a whole community here. You certainly remember the UCF programming team running club and the other sports clubs we had. Are any of those still a thing?
I know there are some groups of rock climbers. I think just in the modern day there are some like gaming groups, whatever the like gaming component of the moment is. I think there's some people that get together, play Helldivers and some other sort of like modern games. I think also there was a period of time where there were a number of chess players on the team. And the namesakes of the current UCF programming teams are all related to chess openings.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think probably was spawned from just that little cultural component. I would say, yeah, to any high schoolers that are out there, even in different places in the country, UCF, if you are interested in competitive programming just as a part of your college career, UCF, I think, especially if you have not been competing very much in it already, is a great place to like go to refine that skill set fairly rapidly, because with the 30 plus people that are part of the organization, there's a lot of institutional knowledge, and being like UCF has a dedicated lab. We have a programming team lab with a couple dozen computers and a big whiteboard, and there's constantly people in there just like sharing information with each other, teaching algorithms to just the new students, and that knowledge becomes solidified and is passed down.
Maybe this is obvious, but it's like so much easier to learn a topic, especially one that's confusing, if you have someone there to explain it to you rather than you have to just read a Wikipedia article or some really old Codeforces blog with lots of math, right? If there's someone who can be like, this is why it's important, these are the key details, and here's code to implement it if you want it in this language.
100%.
That's how both of us grew.
Yeah.
And like I wouldn't be nearly as good as I was without Alex Coleman, Timothy Bazzelli, everybody else who was older than us and had done a lot of hard work and just gave it to us.
Yeah.
So
developing the hack packs before we got there, and just kind of like creating that foundation that other people were able to leap off of.
Well, thank you so much, Jacob. It was great having you on stream.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back after this with one of our judges, another one of our judges.
Sweet. Thanks, David.
See ya.
Yep. See ya.
Challenging world, but NS
people come from all sorts of different backgrounds and study different things. It really was built for people who didn't know a lot about finance and were able to like learn along the way.
Here I just feel like I'm always in the action. You're working really hard during the day, you're tackling hard problems. At the end of the day, you have time for yourself. It just really makes me feel like I'm in a place where I'm valued.
You're going to have unbelievably talented people from your area of focus involved in every aspect of your day-to-day, from an educational seminar, a trading game, a programming exercise, all the way to the social events that fill the evenings here.
One of my favorite parts of the internship has been taking on a project and seeing it through from start to finish. It's gotten to the point where even if there's like a full-timer who has a question about it, they'll kind of just come over and ask me.
I think the internship contributed to both like my professional and my personal growth. I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to like pursue trading. Turns out the answer is a yes for me.
Big highlight of the internship has been the people I work with. We have a lot of discussions about OCaml, about functional programming. We also do a lot of fun things outside of work.
I was just surprised by how great it was. It was better than I really could have imagined.
I think it's just really cool that, every day I get to take something home with me, something new I've learned.
Through my work here as an intern, I was really able to see what my career could look like after school. I love the way that I use my mind here at Jane Street. I love the people that I interacted with every day, and I love the problems that I was working on, and I knew that I wanted to continue doing that.
We have been working on improving this program for well over 15 years, and every single year it's better than the last. I envy you for getting to be in this program. I think it is just something absolutely exceptional, and you are going to remember it for the rest of your life.
All right, welcome back. That was our Jane Street video. Hope you enjoyed. We're here with Arnav, right?
Yep. Hey, everyone.
Welcome. What's your last name, Arnav?
Arnav Shastri.
All right, there you go. So, welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're a judge this year, right? Helped create a lot of the problems, the data, stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm the author of Problem C, Comparator, and Problem H, Mountain Craft, but all of the judges work together on all of the problems. It's no problem is a one-person effort.
We've talked about both of those, I believe. I really enjoyed the Mountain Craft one.
Thank you.
Pretty classic segment tree stuff. And then the comparative one. What was the inspiration to that? How did that get invented?
That was actually inspired. I wrote that problem many years ago, and we just haven't found the right contest to put it in. And I was inspired by teaching people how to use custom comparators, actually, in programming languages. So there's all of these different properties your comparators need to satisfy. And I thought it would be, a helpful reminder to the teams to have a problem on the contest that really enforced it.
Did the iffy language really exist, or is that one you made up?
No, I made that up. I wanted something where it was non-trivial to parse, but not so gross that teams would be scared away. So you can implement it with the shunting yard algorithm, with the recursive descent parser. There's many, many different ways to parse it, which some of my favorite problems are the ones with many different solutions.
One of the things I've heard from Matt Fontaine is there are two real categories of problems. Matt Fontaine's obviously a judge who's contributed to many problems over the years.
Yep.
One kind is the kind where you have a solution idea in mind, and then you come up with a problem that finds a way to use that.
Yep.
And the other is kind of the opposite, where I think this is the Manhattan problem is a great example of this.
Oh, yeah.
It's very clearly
all of my Google Doc with approximately 100 problem ideas that I'm slowly working through. And at least for me personally, I find it very hard to motivate a solution without a problem. So I almost always start with the problem first.
Hard as in like unenjoyable?
Unenjoyable and
difficult.
Difficult. Like it's difficult for me to come up with a solution and then make a problem around it. That's just not the way my brain is wired. I find the problem much more interesting than the solution in most cases. And that was the case for both of my problems, Comparator and Mountain Craft. And Manhattan Walk was the same. One of our judges recently moved to Manhattan, and I believe he was inspired by his recent move to come up with that problem.
I was there recently, and I gotta say, the game theory of how do I get from A to B very fast, is like, that's exactly what you think. It's like, all right, should I cross here? I mean, I know I have a lot more... And the timing isn't that bad, so maybe I should stay.
That's my morning commute every day, I'm doing Manhattan Walk. So I'm super happy it came out as a problem, and a very clean, approachable problem.
Yep. Of the problems that your fellow judges made this year, which one do you think is the most unique?
Ooh, that's a good question. Most unique, I think...
Or otherwise most enjoyable.
Most enjoyable. I think Magic Bean Cube is... somewhat unique for North America. There are, again, many different solutions. You can kind of hard code some rotations, or you can do some very intelligent searching. The square from triangles problem is also
That one looked brutal, I gotta say.
It's insane. There's one judge. One judge did a. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, thanks. One judge did a search, and another judge actually enumerated all of the cases. And he has a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper.
Yeah, that was Nick, right?
It was actually Etienne.
Oh, okay.
And he has an 8.5 by 11 paper, which has every single case written out on it, which did not look fun to come up with. And I think it took him a while to be convinced that he actually covered every case. But it is possible, so we'll see if any teams are able to get it during the freeze.
I thought the proof for the one where you had two people.
Training? No, that's two
training.
dimensions.
Yeah, 2 dimensions.
Yes. Training is 2 dimensions. That's also.
I thought that was really clever. Like,
yeah.
The fact that it was n squared, I thought was just incredible.
Yeah, it's the implementation is still kind of tricky. I think if you use sets, you're probably going to time limit. But I kind of love that we gave the one-dimensional version on the practice contest, which is much simpler, admits a greedy solution that's much easier to reason about. And then we really amped up the difficulty for the 2-dimensional version.
Lydia, can we see the pessimistic scoreboard?
Yeah, that problem really hurt a lot of teams.
Something that's a little scary here is that UCF, our host university, just had, I believe, another submit on C. I don't think that's their first one.
No, they've from the judges' room we saw they have several submissions to C.
And that's something that the coaches are going to be a little scared about, because often when you have multiple solutions to a problem, 18th, yikes. Yeah, that's usually not an indication that it was right. So
yeah. We have seen that before. Some teams, submit after they get it right on the scoreboard just to throw other teams off. But I think it's a wiser strategy to focus on the other problems.
As a judge, are you allowed to tell us which one you think is more likely to get correct on a submit, L or B?
I think B. Well, B already has a correct submission. L does not. So I think just based on that data alone, and also my personal experience with both problems, B is a lot of code. L is a lot of code. B is, I think, easier to reason about, and there's fewer cases to consider, especially if you approach it systematically.
And last question for you, Arnav. If you excluded E from the contest, what do you think the odds are it would be a perfect set?
Yeah, I think it would be quite good. There are quite a few ties at different locations. I'm hoping there's more variance in number of problems solved after the freeze. I'm a little shocked that more teams didn't even attempt E. I really thought that was actually easier than both than L and maybe even B. But getting the right insight is difficult, and then but once you get that, the code is actually quite short.
You also get scared away, I'm sure, if it's just empty.
Yeah, well, you see,
if no one's even attempted, it's like, oh, this is impossible.
Yeah, you see MIT hasn't even submitted, and or any of the top teams, and that can definitely deter you.
I said that was the last question. I have one more.
Oh, of course.
Do you have any insight onto why MIT was holding D for so long?
I'm not sure. We had some theories that they were trying to get more first to solves first, or they wanted to be the last team to solve D, but eventually they realized the remaining problems were quite challenging, and then threw it in.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thanks so much, Arnav.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And it looks like we'll have Bill Poucher on in just a sec here.
Excellent.
Coming into the internship this summer,
And welcome back. Did you notice the pattern? I'm getting all the best guests. Please welcome ICPC Foundation President and the Person of the Year, Bill Poucher. So happy to have you here.
Well, thank you so much, Lydia. I'm delighted to be here and to be here with all of these wonderful students who are going to build a better world for future generations. But right today, they're just taking challenges on, solving problems, doing all the things that old college professors love to see the youngsters do. Now, youngster does mean 65 or younger for me, but there it is.
Well, they are actually doing very well. By the time of the freeze, this is the frozen scoreboard. So we see 9 problems solved for MIT. We see 4 universities who solved 8 problems each. UBC, UCSD, Columbia, and Maryland. And we see a pretty competitive group of 7 more universities who are competing for that sweet last bronze medal spot, number 6.
Yes.
But apart from medals, which are obviously incredible honors, and we see MIT submitting L, Maryland submitting K, and UCSD submitting F. So like no one is just concerned. And the contest has just finished, which is absolutely brilliant. We see that the teams are actually competing for this wonderful invitations to the ICPC World Finals, which actually matters for each of them significantly.
Oh, there's no question. Of course, all of these teams are champions in their own right. They've been selected to compete representing their university in regional competitions, and they've advanced to this championship. And now they're the top 50 of 1,000 teams across the country, and now they're trying to get into that arena that are basically the top 0.1% of teams in the world. And the way that it works is that there are 8 regions, all of roughly the same size, and 1 smaller region in terms of the number of universities. That's South Pacific. And the 8 all qualify for 12 teams advancing to the World Finals each. And the smaller one too. Now, in addition to that, we have some wild card slots for teams that did a wonderful job, and 4 of those are reserved for ICPC North America. So we could see up to 16 teams go. And I will even say sometimes when there's a real close finish, for instance, let's look at number 16 here. Harvard University solving 6 problems in 581 cumulative minutes. And then the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, same number of problems, just 2 minutes later. Holy cow, that's so close that we would have to go to our code of ethics in order to figure out what to do. And our code of ethics tell us that we practice goodwill, golden rule, we put people first, and resolve problems redemptively to the benefit of all. And that's about the only thing that I'm responsible for, because I have a few extra wild cards out there to make sure we don't disappoint teams that are frankly immeasurably as close as others. So I've got a few, but to get to the World Finals, you've got to earn it. So let's see what happens at the end to see how close things are, and we'll see if we can't make some people very happy.
Award ceremony will start in about 2 hours. We'll broadcast it live on the same channel, so like, subscribe, ICPC Live and everything. So would love to show you how it works. We see the question in the chat that is specifically, what if there are teams that are so close to each other in time. And so, well, first of all, our judging team definitely hopes that this won't happen. But if it will, Bill will make sure that students are happy and everything is just.
Well, that's exactly right. You know, one of the sayings we have in the ICPC is that when we look at a vision for the future, yes is the correct answer to the question, don't we want to be happy together? So we're going to do our very best to do that. I might also mention to you back in the 1990s, there was a World Finals with actually fewer total teams than this ICPC North America Finals, in which a team that was in the middle of the pack solved 3 problems in the last hour and became champions. And that was from the University of California at Berkeley. So we're going to have to watch and see how all of this gets resolved to see what the final results will be.
Ooh, I'm not sure we even have a team that attempted 3 problems this year, but plenty of teams attempted 2. And so whatever happens at the award ceremony is still very much unclear. What we do know is, according to the rules, we'll get 1 gold medal, we'll get 2 silver medals, and we'll get 3 bronze medals.
Yep, and 12 guaranteed slots, and very likely another 4 wild card slots. And who knows, if it's just too close to call, then we'll call their names at the ICPC World Finals in Astana.
That would be wonderful. Well, thank you very much for coming. See you, well, actually very soon at the ICPC World Finals Astana. That will happen between September 15 and 20. And I'm so excited to see who will be invited there just today from North America Championship.
And what I will guarantee is the World Finals in Astana will be astonishing. Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming, Bill.
All right, thank you all for watching our stream today. We hope you enjoyed the contest. We'll have a scoreboard reveal coming up, and that'll be a separate stream. We'd like you to take a look at these quick videos from our wonderful sponsors, and we'll see you in the scoreboard reveal. Bye-bye.
Every day, thousands of people walk through these doors on their way to work.
They come from different regions and diverse backgrounds, but they share one important thing. Each of them plays an important role on this critical team, the National Security Agency. The NSA fulfills two critical missions for the nation: providing foreign signals intelligence to our nation's policymakers and military, and preventing and eradicating threats to U.S. national security systems. Our work saves lives, advances U.S. goals and alliances, thwarts foreign adversaries, and defends vital networks. It's truly a no-fail mission.
Today, we invite you to join us on a short tour of NSA, our mission, our partnerships, and most importantly, the people who make our mission happen.
NSA has been operating at the cutting edge through offense and defense for over 7 decades. Signals intelligence, or SIGINT, is NSA's offense. SIGINT is derived from signals that come from phone conversations, text messages, emails, and all other electronic communications of foreign adversaries. SIGINT is the very essence of NSA's competitive advantage as we discover threats and gain unique insights on foreign adversaries.
But SIGINT is only part of the picture.
Cybersecurity is our defense. We leverage our cybersecurity authorities to examine national security systems, to provide solutions like cryptographic keys for nuclear command and control products, and to secure and defend the national security systems which handle the most sensitive data of the federal government and military. We also support operational defense of critical networks through mitigation advice, incident response, and information sharing with customers and partners.
Our missions are challenging. They don't just happen here at NSA Washington, and they don't happen alone. NSA's mission is global.
We work in cryptologic centers across the country and with partners around the world. We're embedded with our warfighters to provide them actionable intelligence and to keep them safe. Our partnerships cross government, industry, academic, and international lines, a global network of defense and intelligence that enables us to work with agility and focus on the problems that really matter. We also work closely with oversight and compliance elements to ensure that we operate fully within our authorities. Nothing is more important than our integrity. It's an incredible privilege and responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
No matter how advanced our technology grows, or how far our reach, NSA's real strength lies in our people, the tens of thousands of individuals who make up our team.
Our mission success comes down to talent and dedication. Civilians and service members, veterans and new graduates, the people of NSA swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. We operate with NSA's core values in mind: commitment to service, respect for the law, respect for people, integrity, transparency, and accountability.
We are fully committed to inclusion and diversity, building a workplace where everyone feels welcome and where everyone can contribute to the mission.
And when we pass by NSA's memorial wall, we're reminded that the work we do today is really a continuation of a long legacy of service, dedication, and trust. Most people will never witness the impact of our mission, but we know that the work we do matters. NSA saves lives, defends critical networks, and gives policymakers and warfighters the best information possible. We face a challenging world, but NSA is ready.
People come from all sorts of different backgrounds and study different things. It really was built for people who didn't know a lot about finance and were able to learn along the way.
Here I just feel like I'm always in the action. You're working really hard during the day, you're tackling hard problems. At the end of the day, you have time for yourself. It just really makes me feel like I'm in a place where I'm valued.
You're going to have unbelievably talented people from your area of focus involved in every aspect of your day-to-day, from an educational seminar, a trading game, a programming exercise, all the way to the social events that fill the evenings here.
One of my favorite parts of the internship has been taking on a project and seeing it through from start to finish. It's gotten to the point where even if there's like a full-timer who has a question about it, they'll kind of just come over and ask me.
I think the internship contributed to both like my professional and my personal growth. I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to like pursue trading. Turns out the answer is yes for me.
Big highlight of the internship has been the people I work with. We have a lot of discussions about OCaml, about functional programming. We also do a lot of fun things outside of work.
I was just surprised by how great it was. It was better than I really could have imagined.
I think it's just really cool that, every day I get to take something home with me, something new I've learned.
Through my work here as an intern, I was really able to see what my career could look like after school. I loved the way that I use my mind here at Jane Street. I love the people that I interacted with every day, and I love the problems that I was working on, and I knew that I wanted to continue doing that.
We have been working on improving this program for well over 15 years, and every single year it's better than the last. I envy you for getting to be in this program. I think it is just something absolutely exceptional, and you are going to remember it for the rest of your life.
Coming into the internship this summer, I think what I really hoped to do was deliver impactful work,
meaningful work, critical work. The internship consists of training with top industry professionals, which then later segues into individual projects.
At university, you learn about these problems that we're solving, but this is the first time that I've actually get to solve them in a real-world application that have genuine ramifications for the company.
The full-time traders on my desk all really care about the results of my project.
You feel a very big sense of purpose walking onto the trading floor every day.
It's really exciting to come to a place where I know everyone is working towards a common goal.
You work to a higher level because you have important responsibility and consistently asking yourself, what am I actually adding to the firm right now?
You get so much exposure and experience. It gives you the opportunity to grow a lot more here.
The biggest thing is how willing they are to share their knowledge and collaborate on ideas.
Rather than just giving me the answer when I ask questions, they teach me how to think in the right way and how to ask the right questions to get down to the root cause of what I'm looking for. I've grown a lot from this experience.
Citadel Securities has taught me a new way of thinking that I'm going to carry into the rest of my career.
Learning how to perform under pressure, how to be self-driven.
I gained a lot more confidence in tackling very difficult problems.
Every time I go to merge my code, it feels rewarding. It's like my code is in there.
I have seen myself become a person who can say, my code is good, my code is ready, my technology is good.
This internship has really prepared me for a career where I can translate ideas from papers to markets.
Learning aside, I think the best part of this experience has been the friends that I've made here. They're really smart, but they're also really fun to be with.
Everyone's so motivated and extremely switched on. It goes far and beyond what I expected.
Hi, I'm Hanel. I studied computer science and math at Harvard, and I've been a quantitative trader at Jane Street for a year now. And what that means is that I spent a lot of time writing algorithms and writing code, doing research to try to figure out what trading strategies we want to try to implement.
So I'm Tudor. I'm a software engineer at Jane Street, where for the past 4-ish years since graduating from the University of Toronto, I've been working on our ultra-low latency trading team, where we deal with all manners of things between fast software to very fast hardware and everything in between. While I was at the University of Toronto, I participated in our icpc team and I participated in the ECNA regional.
So I'm on one of the algorithmic trading desks, which means that I spend a lot of time with other people who actually have pretty similar backgrounds to me. So just a couple of days before this event, I told some people on my desk that I was going to ICPC. It turns out, like, I already knew one person had also done ICPC. It turns out there are 2 others who had as well. So I think that it's always a fun surprise seeing how many of us share similar backgrounds and share this love for competitive programming.
I'm not sure about ICPC in particular, but there are many people in the firm who set things like Code Forces rounds or like things for local competitions. I myself have set many dozens of problems over the years for Canadian competitions. I mean, it's nice to see the other side of things, like on a personal level. And I don't know, I personally feel like the community gave me a lot when I was going through it and building up my skill set, and talking to people and coaches was very useful for me. So it's great to be able to be in a position to give some of that back, and it feels rewarding as well.
So I interned twice at Jane Street. So I did one trading internship. I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was very, very fun. And I decided to go back for a second summer. And I think, you know, the first part of the trading internship it's very educational. We do a lot of like mock trading, and we do you know, like various activities that show us like what the real job is going to be like. And then it wasn't until my second summer that I got to, you know, actually be on a real desk and like try the job for itself. And like, if anything, that was even more exciting than the internship.
I was previously an intern at Jane Street, and yet again, it's like very fun to be on the other side of that and really think about what you are giving to an intern. As an intern, you receive a project that's like pretty self-contained and you can solve in like the 6 or 12 weeks that you are there for. Spoiler, real life work is not quite like that. Things have hairy tendrils that extend into other teams and other systems. But it's fun as a mentor to sort of put together this snowflake and fun project that you really wish you could work on yourself, and like hand it off to the intern and see them be happy with it. We have offices around the world, and interns, you know, if you're from Europe, then you will likely intern in the London office. If you're from America, you're likely going to intern in the New York office. If you're from Asia, probably the Hong Kong or Singapore office. But the work is pretty similar, and there's a lot of cross-collaboration between the different offices.
Yeah, no, it's surprisingly international. I think we actually had a discussion on desk where apparently we have 3 different IMO Gold medals from like 3 different countries, each of them. So it's quite international. I think it's very fun just like seeing where everyone's coming from and like bringing their own perspectives into our work.
I came in just knowing that Jane Street was a finance company, but that was it. Jane Street invests a lot in teaching people things. Among other things, we write everything in OCaml, but we don't expect people to come in with OCaml knowledge. So when people start, they'll have a 2-week period where they go through OCaml boot camp, which is basically school. There's teachers and homework that gets assigned to be done during work hours. But that extends past just OCaml boot camp. We have things like trader training and trader training for non-traders, where you do learn these finance fundamentals. But absolutely, we do not expect or even require any sort of finance knowledge going in. Just, you know, a willingness to learn and enthusiasm.
I think on the whole, like one question that I get from a lot of people is how competitions like ICPC can be directly relevant for the job itself, because, you know, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to be solving like shortest path problems as a quant trader or something. But I do think, like, for one, there have actually been pretty surprising applications of the data structures and algorithms that I've seen, and that's always a really fun surprise, where I'm like trying to solve a problem, I don't expect anything related to ICPC to come up, and then I'm like, oh wait, there's actually like a really cool, like clever solution that we can use. So I think that's always a fun surprise. But even when that doesn't happen, which is like admittedly most of the time, I think just having this ability to like start with like a tool set of like all these past problems that you've seen or like algorithms or data structures, and like figure out ways to apply them to whatever the new problem is, I think that's something that these competitions have very well prepared me for.
Our input data are market events. They're not presented to us in like text or like standard input, but we have a very simple stream of, yep, these are the things that are happening in the market. And what we want to output is not to standard output or to a file, but it's like you are sending some some orders that you hope to trade against some other orders in the market. And in between that, like, you get to think and maybe decide to send an order or not. In this sense, it's a lot like an interactive online problem, where you can't pre-compute, you don't have foresight of the things you will see in the market, but you know everything you've seen up until that point. Yes, I'm always very excited when I see something at work that resembles like, this is a contest problem. If it wasn't IP sensitive, I would set it as a contest problem and people would have lots of fun. But as it stands, people have to work at Jane Street to see it.
Every day, thousands of people walk through these doors on their way to work.
They come from different regions and diverse backgrounds, but they share one important thing. Each of them plays an important role on this critical team, the National Security Agency. The NSA fulfills two critical missions for the nation: providing foreign signals intelligence to our nation's policymakers and military, and preventing and eradicating threats to U.S. national security systems. Our work saves lives, advances U.S. goals and alliances, thwarts foreign adversaries, and defends vital networks. It's truly a no-fail mission.
Today, we invite you to join us on a short tour of NSA, our mission, our partnerships, and most importantly, the people who make our mission happen.
NSA has been operating at the cutting edge through offense and defense for over 7 decades. Signals intelligence, or SIGINT, is NSA's offense. SIGINT is derived from signals that come from phone conversations, text messages, emails, and all other electronic communications of foreign adversaries. SIGINT is the very essence of NSA's competitive advantage as we discover threats and gain unique insights on foreign adversaries.
But SIGINT is only part of the picture.
Cybersecurity is our defense. We leverage our cybersecurity authorities to examine national security systems to provide solutions like cryptographic keys for nuclear command and control products, and to secure and defend the national security systems which handle the most sensitive data of the federal government and military. We also support operational defense of critical networks through mitigation advice, incident response, and information sharing with customers and partners.
Our missions are challenging. They don't just happen here at NSA Washington, and they don't happen alone. NSA's mission is global.
We work in cryptologic centers across the country and with partners around the world. We're embedded with our warfighters to provide them actionable intelligence and to keep them safe. Our partnerships cross government, industry, academic, and international lines, a global network of defense and intelligence that enables us to work with agility and focus on the problems that really matter. We also work closely with oversight and compliance elements to ensure that we operate fully within our authorities. Nothing is more important than our integrity. It's an incredible privilege and responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
No matter how advanced our technology grows, or how far our reach, NSA's real strength lies in our people, the tens of thousands of individuals who make up our team.
Our mission success comes down to talent and dedication. Civilians and service members, veterans and new graduates, the people of NSA swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. We operate with NSA's core values in mind: commitment to service, respect for the law, respect for people, integrity, transparency, and accountability.
We are fully committed to inclusion and diversity, building a workplace where everyone feels welcome and where everyone can contribute to the mission.
And when we pass by NSA's memorial wall, we're reminded that the work we do today is really a continuation of a long legacy of service, dedication, and trust. Most people will never witness the impact of our mission, but we know that the work we do matters. NSA saves lives, defends critical networks, and gives policymakers and warfighters the best information possible. We face a challenging world, but NSA is ready.
People come from all sorts of different backgrounds and study different things. It really was built for people who didn't know a lot about finance and were able to learn along the way.
Here I just feel like I'm always in the action. You're working really hard during the day, you're tackling hard problems. At the end of the day, you have time for yourself. It just really makes me feel like I'm in a place where I'm valued.
You're going to have unbelievably talented people from your area of focus involved in every aspect of your day-to-day, from an educational seminar, a trading game, a programming exercise, all the way to the social events that fill the evenings here.
One of my favorite parts of the internship has been taking on a project and seeing it through from start to finish. It's gotten to the point where even if there's a full-timer who has a question about it, they'll kind of just come over and ask me.
I think the internship contributed to both my professional and my personal growth. I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to pursue trading. Turns out the answer is yes for me.
Big highlight of the internship has been the people I work with. We have a lot of discussions about OCaml, about functional programming. We also do a lot of fun things outside of work.
I was just surprised by how great it was. It was better than I really could have imagined.
I think it's just really cool that every day I get to take something home with me, something new I've learned.
Through my work here as an intern, I was really able to see what my career could look like after school. I love the way that I use my mind here at Jane Street. I love the people that I interacted with every day, and I love the problems that I was working on, and I knew that I wanted to continue doing that.
We have been working on improving this program for well over 15 years, and every single year it's better than the last. I envy you for getting to be in this program. I think it is just something absolutely exceptional, and you are going to remember it for the rest of your life.
Coming into the internship this summer, I think what I really hoped to do was deliver impactful work.
Meaningful work. Critical work.
The internship consists of training with top industry professionals, which then later segues into individual projects.
At university, you learn about these problems that we're solving, but this is the first time that I actually get to solve them in a real-world application that have genuine ramifications for the company.
The full-time traders on my desk all really care about the results of my project.
You feel a very big sense of purpose walking onto the trading floor every day.
It's really exciting to come to a place where I know everyone is working towards a common goal.
You work to a higher level because you have important responsibility and consistently asking yourself, what am I actually adding to the firm right now?
You get so much exposure and experience. It gives you the opportunity to grow a lot more here.
The biggest thing is how willing they are to share their knowledge and collaborate on ideas.
Rather than just giving me the answer when I ask questions, They teach me how to think in the right way and how to ask the right questions to get down to the root cause of what I'm looking for.
I've grown a lot from this experience.
Citadel Securities has taught me a new way of thinking that I'm going to carry into the rest of my career.
Learning how to perform under pressure, how to be self-driven.
I gained a lot more confidence in tackling very difficult problems.
Every time I go to merge my code, it feels rewarding. It's like my code is in there.
I have seen myself become a person who can say, my code is good, my code is ready, my technology is good.
This internship has really prepared me for a career where I can translate ideas from papers to markets.
Learning aside, I think the best part of this experience has been the friends that I've made here. They're really smart, but they're also really fun to be with.
Everyone's so motivated and extremely switched on. It goes far and beyond what I expected.